signed in that wish to and to find a seat. Want to again welcome you out. This is our regularly scheduled city council meeting for December 2nd, 2024. It's just after 6 o'clock p.m. We will begin this meeting, as we do all our meetings, with an invocation tonight offered by Pastor Luis Fitting of the Seventh-day Adventist Church. So, Pastor Fitting, if you could, are you present? I do not see him. Mrs. Porter, do you mind? Or Mr. Porter, we'll put Jim up here if you could come forward. So if you please stand for the invocation for Mr. Porter, and then if you please remain standing afterwards for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Father God, we thank you for this time and place. We thank you for the interest of our community in matters that come before the council. Father, we ask tonight for clarity, for wisdom, for all those things that you have promised in your word. So we appeal to you tonight, Father, for wisdom that goes beyond our own ability. We're leaning into that. We're hopeful for that. And Father, may you be honored and glorified in everything that's done and said this evening. Thank you for this Christmas season. Thank you for the gift of your Son. And we pray this in his name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much, Jim. We appreciate that. Madam Clerk, if you please call the roll.
Doty?
Here.
Dyke?
Here.
Wittenberg?
Here.
Register?
Here.
Williams?
Here.
Allgood?
Here.
Very good. Thank you so much. All city council members are present. Are there any conflict of interest declarations from any members of the council regarding an item on the agenda this evening?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes. Councilor.
out of an abundance of caution, and for some reason, there's still that LID 24-2 that is on the agenda under item number 2 and 3 of new business. And since my business is participating in that LID, I will declare a conflict of interest and abstain from voting on those two issues.
Very good. Thank you so much. And that's new business items 3 and 4. Is that correct? Just to clarify. Yep. So that would be, I think, new business 3 and 4. We appreciate that very much. Any other conflict of interest declarations? Okay. We don't have any special presentations tonight. Madam Clerk, do you have the sheet? And there are nobody signed up under audience participation, which moves us into the consent calendar.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Doty,
I move to approve the consent calendar as printed.
do we have a second? Second. So we have a motion from Councilor Doty with a second from Councilor Stoddard regarding approval of the consent calendar. Any discussion on that motion? With that, voting is open. They'll get warmed up really good. There's a lot of items on the agenda this evening. So all votes are cast, so voting is closed, and that motion does pass unanimously. And that moves us into old business. We do have one item of old business. This was continued from our previous city council meeting on November 4th, 2024. It's case number SUB 24-29, Development Agreement 24-3, request for a preliminary plat approval for single-family residential subdivision for Tuscan Ridge. So as you remember that we did get through all the presentations, all the testimony was taken, and public testimony was closed. This was strictly to get additional information regarding potable water for that area. So I don't know if we have a quick update from one of the staff members in regards to that. I don't know if that's you, Rob, or Morgan that wants to present on that, and then any questions that council may have.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Happy to be here tonight. I am just reporting back that this case was heard about a month ago, and the concern was the water system. And then subsequently, 2 weeks ago, I presented about the water system, and there was no issue with the plan we have to allow development to continue to connect to the water. And so, with that brief recap, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Councilor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No questions. I just have a motion. I move, based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law, that we approve SUB 24-26 and Development Agreement 24-3, requests by Sadie Caldwell for preliminary plat approval of Tuscan Ridge I move that we approve it with the conditions as specified in the staff report.
Second.
Very good. So we have a motion from Counselor Williams and a second from Counselor Dittenber. I noticed Counselor Doty
discussion.
needed- Yes, please.
I just want to clarify with Mr. McDonald that this is one of those areas with the water issue and that no houses will be built, right? We don't want the houses deteriorating out there if the water issue isn't resolved. And meaning water issue, we have water, just getting the water to the houses.
Any concerns that they connect?
So there is water for this subdivision.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay. Oh, yes, sorry, Counselor Register.
I just want to just put my feelings out there. I know that it always seems like I'm against growth, which I'm not really against growth, but I am in favor of responsible growth. And as long as we have any question about water on that side of the city, I don't see how this is a responsible thing at this time, so.
Ask for a motion to close this public hearing item. And a second? All those in favor say aye. That motion passes. That moves us into new business. The first item of new business is a recommendation for the position of Human Resources Director, which is an appointed position official here at the City of Caldwell. I'm very excited to present the name of Michelle Winstone. I hope I said the last name correct, pronunciation. I had the opportunity to meet with Michelle a few weeks ago. She was the unanimous choice from the interview panel that interviewed multiple candidates and believe it.
I'm Michelle Winston. It's nice to meet you all in person.
Very good. So Michelle comes from Montana. She's moved here recently with her family. Her husband, I believe, got a job in the Boise area. So we're just excited to have them in the area and for the great things she'll provide the city. So is there any motions or there can be any questions for Michelle or any motions in regards to this appointment? Counselor Doty.
Mr. Mayor, was Counselor Allgood on that board?
Yes, he was.
Not to put you on the spot, but could we hear from you a little bit of your experience with that? Thank you.
Absolutely, boy, they're really putting me on the spot. No, we had a number of good candidates. There was lots of discussion about this position being appointed or a employee-type position, but we had, I think if I remember right, Chief Daniels in the back, 6 applicants. Michelle just blew us away. When she did her interview, which was by Zoom, she just did an excellent job, and we felt like she would be the best fit for our city. And I think we all felt the same way.
Good. Yes, thank you so much. Do we have any motions? Counselor Allgood.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I move that Michelle Winstone be appointed for the position of HR Director, and I am not sure what time frame you selected for that.
So it'll be effective today through September 30th of 2028 is the proposal.
Thank you.
Yes.
That's my motion.
Okay. Do we have a second? So it's a motion from Counselor Allgood with a second from Counselor Register for this appointment. Any discussion? With that, the voting is open at this time. All votes are cast, the voting is closed, and that motion passes unanimously. So congratulations.
Thank you.
And the good news is you don't have to come back for that for 4 years, so that's a great thing. So we will actually do your swearing in at this time, so I will be right, you can stay there, I'll come right to you.
Okay.
Just raise your hand and just repeat after me. I, Michelle Winston,
I, Michelle Winston,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Idaho,
the Constitution of the State of Idaho,
and the laws and ordinances of the City of Caldwell,
and the laws and ordinances of the City of Caldwell,
and that I will faithfully discharge
and that I will faithfully discharge
the duties of Human Resource Director
the duties of Human Resource Director
of the City of Caldwell, Canyon County, Idaho,
of the City of Caldwell, Canyon County, Idaho,
to the best of my ability
to the best of my ability,
during my continuance therein.
do my continuance therein.
Very good, excellent. Congratulations. Okay, thank you. Very good. Congratulations again. I know Michelle had the opportunity to come in and meet the crew there in HR department. We have some amazing employees in there, and I know that's going to be a terrific fit and super excited to get her going. So congratulations again. That'll move us into item number 3. This is a public hearing legislative matter. So for the purpose of receiving public comment for the creation of an LID 24-4 within the Caldwell city limits. Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. This is a fairly straightforward and routine item. The city often opens local improvement districts to allow citizens to be able to make improvements within the public right-of-way. This local improvement district is a new one that is for connection fees. And the city has always maintained an LID for connection fees to allow people that maybe have been on well and septic for some time to be able to connect to city services and not have to pay that entire amount up front. Instead, the city finances it and then they pay it off over time. And so this is for connection fees for citywide. And this is just the process that state code requires us to go through to open this LID. And just for clarification, Councilor Dittenberg, this is not the LID that we just closed. This is a brand new one. And with that, I stand for any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. McDonald. Any questions? Councilor Register?
I'm just curious, what are the connection fees for something like that? For like sewer or water?
What are the amounts?
Yeah.
That depends on what you're building, and it depends on the size of your lot, and it depends on a whole lot of factors. All the connection fees were adopted by council recently through the connection fees. But if you have specific examples, I could certainly get with you and walk you through that process.
No, I was mostly just curious, if you had an existing residence, what it would cost for them to connect into the city, like thousands or tens of thousands?
There's a lot of factors that go into that. It's hard for me to put a number on anything without looking at the specific circumstance.
Okay, any other questions, Mr. McDonald? Okay, thank you, Rob,
Thank you.
appreciate that. As I mentioned, this is a public hearing item, but nobody is signed up in support, neutral, or against it. So with that, stand for a motion to close the public hearing portion of this. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. And just for the record, for Debbie, make it easier, that was Councilor Stoddick with the motion and Councilor Doty with the second. Okay, then that puts that in the hands of the council for your deliberation or motions. Councilor Allgood.
I move that we approve passage of bill number 82, ordinance number 3643, with a request to move for its passage by title only.
Perfect. Do we have a second? That's a motion from Councilor Allgood with a second from Councilor Doty for passage of Bill 82, Ordinance 3643. Any discussion on that motion? With that, then voting is open at this time. There we go. And all votes, I know I just went really hard to see that one. All votes are cast, the voting is closed, and that passes unanimously. That moves.
After we passed all the fee resolutions, some of the departments reached out to me to let me know that there was some mistypos or corrections that needed to be done. And so that's what the wastewater and water fees are. And then you'll see some of the new fees are the cemetery niche basis. This is just to pass that cost, the actual cost along to anybody that purchases those. And then for golf, you're going to see a couple of new fees from the recommendation of the council for the city resident annual pass fee. So that is a new fee that we've added there. And then the cart fee adjustments based off of the recommendation of the golf board. And the clubhouse room rental, this was recommended by the golf pro because he actually had contracts charging that amount. So if you have any, and then lastly, the airport is included in there, not for a new fee, but it was recognized that the Hubler office lease space was not on the resolution that was passed. And so this amount did not change. We were just making sure that it's included in that fee resolution. So stand for any questions.
Excellent, thank you so much. Any questions from council this time? Councilor Register.
Since we don't have it in front of us, what is the fee, the annual fee right now for anybody with the weekend restrictions and then the unrestricted?
So
what's it going to
the
be?
difference would be $100. It's a $100 discount for city residents versus non-city residents.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. We do have one person signed up on this matter to testify, and that is in neutral, Jean Credibring. So if you could keep your comments to 3 minutes or less, that would be
It's less than
appreciated.
3,
So,
believe it or not. Good evening, Jean Kreitbring. I'm not opposed to the fee increases, I just have concerns. When the golf board recommended the prices, the effect on the pro shop staff wasn't considered. On the weekends, especially, the tee sheet is completely full. Lines back up. Many times, there are patrons that come in way too close to their tee times, causing other issues. For example, I wish the cart fee would have been an even $17, not $17.50. It's easier for the pro shop staff to give change quickly when the cost is an even dollar amount. If tee times are squeezed to 8 minutes at Purple Sage, I'm worried that needing to grab coins will slow the process when you are trying to get customers in and out in a timely manner. This will affect customer satisfaction. However, there is still an error concerning the airification and winter rates for Fairview. I raised twice that there weren't any airification and winter rates listed for Fairview. If you look on page 175 of your packet, under special rates, Fairview and Purple Sage, they lumped Fairview and Purple Sage, assigning Fairview and Purple Sage the exact same airification and winter rates. The problem is that the fees are higher for Fairview during airification and winter than normally paid. The airification and winter rates should be lower, not higher. The highest rate paid at Fairview, according to what was passed, is $22.50 on weekends and holidays. But you are listing the airification and winter rates at Fairview as $25. Not good. I would strongly encourage you to revisit this and charge a lower airification and winter rate for Fairview, lower than the current rates passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Councilor Doty?
I mean, I think that sounds a reasonable point. Raylene, can you help us out with that?
So, they were lumped together. I did not catch that, and I apologize. I will make, part of that is that we will fix that. Rory has been charging the lower rate, so that higher rate will not get charged. And then I'll work with the Golf Pro to make sure that next year that we do have a separate rate for Fairview.
Okay, but what do we do in the meantime?
Say that one more time.
What do we do in the meantime?
The meantime would be
So
We
then,
got you. We got you.
yeah,
I
so
hear
then, yeah, you could
I
just,
hear
on
you.
the special rates, and we could bring those back at the next council meeting. So you could approve all of them, exclusion of the special rate.
Just so we get it fixed,
Yeah.
because it sounds reasonable.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much for the clarification. And as mentioned, that's the only person that signed up, so I stand for a motion to close the public hearing portion of this, public testimony portion of this hearing. And a second?
Second?
Motion from Councilor Stoddard, second from Councilor Doty. All those in favor say aye. Aye. That motion passes. So that will move us into deliberation or motions from the council. Councilor Doty.
So I'll move to approve the resolution authorizing the schedule of fees and regulatory charges for fees from the Public Works, Airport, Cemetery, and golf courses, except for the airification and winter rates for Fairview.
All right, thank you so much. Do I have a second? Second. That's a motion from Councilor Doty with a second from Councilor Stoddard for approval of the request as noted, with the exception of the special rates for Fairview and Purple Sage. Any discussion on that motion? With that, voting is open at this time. And all votes are cast, so voting is closed, and that motion passes unanimously. That'll move us into item number 7, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct? Because that was 5 and 6, the resolution. Okay, so item number 7 is a resolution authorizing the acceptance of a letter of interest from Colliers on behalf of KSA Investor this evening, not just to see our amazing Christmas lights, but for other reasons as well. So to respect everyone's time here this evening, just be aware that All public comment when you come forward to testify will be limited to 3 minutes. You will hear a buzzer at the end of the 3 minutes, and the microphone will actually shut off at that time. So keep an eye on the time up here so you do know where you're at, so you can wrap that up before that 3-minute mark does hit. In addition to that, we would ask to ensure that you do not provide repeat testimony. If somebody says something that you agree with, you can just state that you agree with the testimony previously given and then move on to other points that you'd have. Again, this is to respect the time of all those individuals that are here as well as the council. In regards to this first item, this resolution technically does not require public comments, public testimony. However, as there was a keen interest in regards to that, we are allowing that. So again, we would just ask you to ensure that you are respectful of the time and then also avoid any repeat testimony. If it does get to the point of repetitive testimony, the council feels that they've heard sufficient enough, then we can move forward with a motion on that at any time. But we do want to allow you that opportunity to testify. So with that, we will begin with Mr. Steve Jenkins, who is our Economic Development Director, for presentation.
All right, Mayor, Council, thank you very much for that, and sorry. Oh, sorry. Oh. Okay, just getting the PowerPoint pulled up. I apologize for the delay. Should have got it to Marlon a few days earlier, but he was gracious with me. So that's the second one. That's the second one. There should be another one for that.
Yeah, we go. Might have it by then. Is that good time to work on it? I thought I saw that for a second.
Okay, I think I recognize this one. Perfect. So thank you, Mayor and Council. I apologize for the delay. I had to let the suspense build for a minute there. But I wanted to talk briefly about a hotel, of course, tonight. And this is the second part to our discussion, although the first segment of our discussion wasn't anything formal. It was more informative. And this one, of course, is going to be a lot more informal. So I want to start off by acknowledging that there are many people in this community with varying viewpoints of Caldwell. And I can understand that. We started off being a suburb to the west that was a smaller community. We're going into a hub to the western side of the Treasure Valley, an entryway, a gateway of the western Treasure Valley. And that is something that, of course, comes with growth and comes with change. And I want to let the numbers try to dictate how we view ourselves, particularly in this discussion here. I'll be sharing some data with you and some information related to that data and try to take as much emotion as possible out of this conversation. So I just want to lead with that. So I want to preface the discussion with that. So I'll jump right in because I know I only have about 10 minutes, so let me be brief here. So with this, the agenda here is to fill in the gaps of information. I want to talk a little bit about the rodeo, the fair, and the college, and an update that pertains to all the entities there. We affectionately call them our stakeholders. I would also like to talk a little bit about a CEC parking plan, and when I say CEC, that's the Caldwell Event Center, and then a timeline for the proposed project, and then lastly, the next steps. And I will mention before I officially launch into this thing that we do have Dale and Kate from the development team for the hotel here. They'll be speaking after me. So just wanted to make sure that that information was evident so that they can come up and share as well. So Caldwell, in conjunction with our planning and zoning department, our economic development team was able to hire Leland Consulting to do an economic analysis on the city of Caldwell. In their review, I took this metric off of their statistics that they provided for the city. We are at 73,420 people as of 2024. And you can see those green bars there are the growth rate annually for each state or each year that's represented. Just for your reference, the annual growth rate in the United States is 0.5%. So you can see that 4 out of the last 6 years we've grown at greater than 5%, which is pretty amazing for a city of our size. Here's a couple other bullet points that they mentioned. Over the past decade, Canyon County has been one of the fastest growing urbanized counties in the country, with 5 times the total percentage growth as the U.S. overall since 2013. Caldwell itself has added more than 20,000 residents in the past 10 years, growing at an annual rate of 5% or higher in the 4 out of the past 6 years. During that time, Caldwell has grown even faster than the county as a whole, increasing its population at roughly 6 times the national pace over the past decade. And I like this quote from Leland Consulting: as Caldwell evolves and matures and grows at a very robust pace, the expectations and demands for new types of stores, entertainment options, and amenities continue to expand for both residents and visitors. And one thing I'll acknowledge here as well is we'll be talking a little bit about the Caldwell Event Center and the O'Connor Fieldhouse. It was built in 1964. At that time, I think Caldwell had 11 or 12,000 residents. The 1990 census has us pegged at 18,586 residents. The growth rate from 1990 to 2024 is 295%. The dirt lot that we're considering for this redevelopment has been in place since we had 18,586 residents in 1990. I think it's time that we look at the efficiency and how those properties are used. And I think overall, of course, it aligns with the sub-area master plan and the objectives that we seek to meet according to that plan and the vision that we have for ourselves. So filling in the gaps, just want to touch base about some information here. Sorry, my clicker's going a little nutty here. Okay. So KSA Investments LLC, this is the group that we're considering this partnership with that has submitted the letter of intent. They've been in development for 25 years. Faber Construction has done many hotel projects, and they've been in business since 1987. They are partners in this project. The project will add 198 parking stalls. That's 77 above code, and I apologize. That is a misprint there. It's actually 86 stalls above code. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. They have 23 trailer stalls as well. It'll all be landscaped and paved. The reason why it's 86 above code is because they have 112 hotel rooms that are proposed in our plan area to help support our businesses both downtown and in that immediate area. So you think about the restaurants that are locally there on 21st Avenue, the ones that are on Cleveland Boulevard and Blaine, they will all benefit from an asset like this. A representative hotel with 100 occupied rooms supports 239 total jobs, 135 direct and 104 indirect. Hotel projects pay wages, they pay benefits, they pay taxes, federal, state, and local, and they source with local partners. Think about the bakeries that bring in their products to the hotels, the security companies, the telecommunication companies, the fiber companies, all those entities will benefit from a project like this. We also have a 2% travel and convention tax that benefits nonprofits such as Destination Caldwell in the form of grants from Southwest Idaho Tourism Association. SWITA also wrote us a letter of support for this project. Ultimately, what that means is every night that someone stays at a hotel, there's a 2% tax that's applied to their stay. That goes to a pot of money that goes to the state and benefits entities like Destination Caldwell with grants. So filling in the gaps, committing to this letter of intent, similar to an RFP, will require a development agreement, so outlining the details of the partnership. So subsequent to this meeting, we will have a development agreement that we propose to this governing body that will be approved in alignment with this project that officially formalizes all the terms of the agreement in a contract-like form. Accepting the LOI will allow the city to commit to KSA Investments LLC and fully engage with our partners in the Caldwell Event Center. A land swap will require an appraisal of the property to determine the value. I previously shared an estimate based on 3 nearby property values, or at least properties that accept evaluation form 7460-1. And again, that goes to the FAA for approval. So you can't just build a property or within the APO's one zone without the approval of the FAA. And of course, with 14 acres, that's entirely too large for a hotel project. So filling in the gaps, the city is contemplating a 30-year lease for 4.187 acres at $5,000 per year for roughly $20 million asset. The annual cost per acre is approximately $1,194.99. Overall, there's 72 acres in the Caldwell Event Center that is owned by municipalities. There's 5.34 acres owned by Canyon County and 66.66 acres owned by the city of Caldwell. All $66,215.66. What could the city do with this revenue? We could do a few things. It could support 1 year of West Valley annual support, 3 months of dispatch service, 2 new K9 indicates where a hotel could be placed. That is where we are considering a hotel on that placement along 21st Avenue. Again, a sub-area master plan, for me, the main takeaway is not exactly the location, but the emphasis that a hospitality venue like this can support our overarching efforts and objectives that we have for the vision that's tied to the area. So again, number 3 on this chart here indicates where the hotel could be placed. Okay, so stakeholder input, and I'm going to go as quickly as I can here because I know I'm short on time. We have with all 3 entities, we met with all 3 of our stakeholders. Caldwell Night Rodeo, we had a meeting on November 1st with the board president and 1 staff member. We also met on November 22nd with the board president, Caldwell Night Rodeo staff member, Mayor Wagner, and then the Caldwell Event Center superintendent. CNR was helpful in investigating opportunities to provide more parking inventory and express an openness to work city to find both temporary and permanent solutions. Then we talked to the Canyon County Fair. I actually had a personal conversation with Diana Sender, the fair director, on November 4th, 2024. We also met with them in person on November 7th, 2024. This was with myself, the developer, a Canyon County commissioner, the COO of Canyon County, and also the fair director. And then lastly, the College of Idaho. I met with the VP of Athletics on October 31st, 2024. The college is in favor of the project and feels the hotel could support the college and its visiting teams. They would like to discuss a parking plan for everyone's benefit moving forward. In addition to those meetings, I also want to emphasize that there were secondary meetings that were conducted with all the groups. Councilor Doty and Mayor Wagner, I just want to thank you both for your time and efforts in meeting with those entities. I know that was in your free time and just want to discuss those matters openly so that everybody was on the same page. One such meeting was held with all the stakeholders, all 3 of them, as well as the hotel developer and 50 parking stalls. It's already been designed. We just need to execute on that plan. Of course, it's going to take funding, but that could be a long-term plan. We also have an extension of the current parking lot that's near the Canyon County Fair building. That currently has 217 stalls. We could effectively double the size of that parking lot by extending the footprint there. And then we need to consider shuttle service. The rodeo actually has shuttle service that they've implemented into the rodeo each year, and it's been successful. So we need to look at how we can continue to do that and promote that effort moving forward. So this is a more tangible effort to show you some of the things that we had talked about with our stakeholders as well as staff. The first thing here is the barn improvement. This is a barn that's behind O'Connor Fieldhouse. One immediate fix is to remove the dividers in that area and install overhead power. This will open up the space for trailer and large vehicle parking. We can also pave the entire area under roof for events that involve animals, and we can have sod and shavings that could be added to cover the asphalt. This is something that's done at the Horse Park in Nampa. They use a similar approach with concrete and dirt covering. It's 22nd Avenue. We can convert 22nd Avenue to a one-way road to add parallel parking. That can include spots designated for veterans and ADA parking for those that need parking right up front to the area as they come into the venue to participate in the events and even spectate. We can gate and cap the area as part of this improvement. The other thing we can do, number 4, is add a rideshare area. This is something that we can designate this that near where the Buckaroo breakfast is held, and it essentially allows for people to have a drop-off and pick-off area for the elderly attendees and those using our rideshare Lyft services such as Uber, Lyft, and others. And then the barn relocation here, this barn is actually behind the Canyon County facility that's in the area there. We could relocate those barns. There's two of them, one circled in red and yellow. The one in red is just used for storage. We could tear that down, add more trailer parking almost immediately. That is along Stock Trail Road. The ones in yellow are purchased by Canyon County. Those are portable. Those can actually be moved over by the Canyon County Fair Building perhaps, and that could add space for more trailer parking as well. The last thing I'll mention is Gabiola Fields. And I know that some of the councilors have already discussed this internally, but we can convert part of Gabiola Field to road mix for year-round parking. We could add shade trees to address heat concerns. This would reduce maintenance challenges such as broken sprinklers and mowing while increasing parking capacity for the Caldwell Event Center. And I know I went through that really quickly, and I probably have a minute or two left, so I'm going to go through this as fast as I can. Ultimately, the timeline for this proposed project would be in December, which is where we're at today. We could accept the letter of intent, formalize the terms for the hotel concept via development agreement. That would be at the subsequent meeting in December 16th. At that meeting, we can officially agree to the development agreement. Then in January, we can kick off and execute the plan for parking. We can incorporate some of those changes that we've codified in the previous slides there to implement almost immediately. That would be in January, and then in May, KSA Investments could ultimately kick off construction. And then next May of 2026, that would be the hotel grand opening. It takes about 12 months to construct a product like this. And lastly, the vision for the sub-area master plan includes lodging, and it includes being a premier destination.
It's not all about parking, so here we go. So I don't know if you said it this time or last time, or if it's just come up, but the reason why we don't have to have an RFP is because this developer came to the city with this idea, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so who picked the site itself? Like, we have lots of city lots, so who picked this lot?
Yes, Mayor, Council Register, this lot was selected by the developer. Ultimately, what they look for in these types of projects is proximity to I-84, being a gateway corridor on 21st Avenue. Of course, the shape of the property makes a lot of sense. If it has utilities in the ground, the environmentals, all those things that are tied to this project. There were multiple sites that were considered in this investigation, and I was part of that. Actually, this is one hotel group that is moving forward with an actual tangible letter of intent, but I've talked to others that have had an interest in this corridor as well.
Okay, because it would seem to me that it would make more sense if the city's really interested in utilizing this lot for something, that an RFP process take place so that other hotel or developers can come forward without, or to be able to submit an RFP. Without doing that, then it seems like we're giving preference to a developer who happened to have an idea and come forward, as opposed to saying to the council, we want to use this lot for hospitality, and now we're going to open up an RFP to all sorts of different hotels to get a better rate, because that, and I'll get into that in just a little bit.
May I answer that question?
Yeah.
So one of the things that with this developer that is unique, I would say, is that the fact that they have included an abundance of parking. They've had added trailer stalls. They have, essentially, they added 86 additional stalls. You're not going to get that with many. I mean, I would venture to it would be a very tough, proposition to consider that for other developers. I think they're looking at how they can benefit everybody in the area collectively, and this is a more unique opportunity. That's why it came in the form of a letter of intent.
And I understand that. I just think that if it were open up to other developers, and that there was sort of this understanding that there was going to be a parking issue with it, that maybe it would make it more competitive, and that the city could benefit from that, either by parking or a better lease rate or whatever it is that comes with opening it up to competition. That's just sort of my point on that. Because it kind of feels like they're sort of just being given the land in sort of the same way that we sort of kind of discussed the Tillion project, where for just the fair or just the rodeo. And we talk a lot about stakeholders in that area being the rodeo, the fair, College of Idaho. The stakeholders are also community members, and also the 4-H participants and FFA participants, and all of the people that utilize that parking lot, even if they're using it for something not related to the event center. So I'm glad to see that there's people here that want to speak to it, whether they're for or against it. We do have a letter from the College of Idaho. However, we talked about this. or I talked about this with the mayor, that it is a letter from the athletics department, and even if they say that they represent the College of Idaho, it would be very similar to the mayor writing a letter and everybody assuming the council's on board. So we don't really know about the full college. Do we have a full or signed letter of support from the entire rodeo board?
We do not. However, I will tell you that I spoke to a board member today, this afternoon. They're actually in Las Vegas, headed to some kind of rodeo show or
Right.
something of that nature. In doing so, I was informed that the rodeo board, they don't act independent of the board. So that letter was actually approved at a board meeting that was held and then shared with us as the city. Any public acknowledgement of this magnitude is actually board approved, and it was board approved, and that's why it was provided to us.
Okay. Do we have a signed letter of support from the fair?
We do not.
And we know what letter we have from CFI. So one of the other problems that we're hearing about, and this goes to also the several letters that we have from the 4-H and FFA parents, is that there is not enough space at the rodeo to house the care and feed for the animals. And so the kids use that parking lot to be able to come in every day and take care of the animals, whether they're there for the fair or whatever show that they're there for. So by doing this, where do we plan on putting the kids? Where are we going? Because we're certainly not going to ask them to park on the north side of the tracks and drag all their feed and tact and all this stuff over to take care of their animals. So how is this going to work? Because the way I understand it is even with that lot, there's still not enough space.
Yes, and Councilor Richard, I can tell you candidly, walking the grounds with some of our partners out there, there is an abundance of space that is underutilized. That is just factual. Again, there's 72 acres of land out there that's owned by municipalities, and I think that if we creatively work towards solutions, that 4-acre piece of property there could be, it could be substituted for something else in that area quite easily. We do have room to make some changes.
I just wanted to add to your question, we were in a meeting just the other day and the rodeo agreed to open up the rodeo grounds for all the 4-H members. So I just wanted to add that.
So would it make more sense to have these things settled first? Because the understanding that I'm getting from the fair is that the rodeo has not committed to taking down the stock pens to make this happen. Like so you have some really great parking ideas, and I appreciate that, but nobody's made a commitment to it. And that makes me nervous, because I feel like what's happening with this is we're sort of doing the same process like we did with the meters, where we have all these ideas and what we're gonna do, and then we approve something as benign as a letter of intent, and then all of a sudden, it's not there, because we don't have the commitments first. So, as a city councilor and resident, I see the value in having hotels in Caldwell. I don't necessarily agree with this location, but what my biggest problem is the process that we always seem to kind of have backwards. So we don't have any commitments from anybody yet, like you talked about, for your parking solutions or the rodeo at this point, right? Nothing that's
More tangible. So if you have a conceptual idea out there in terms of a development, really there's not a ton that folks will be motivated to do.
Yeah.
I think if we have something like this, that's a letter of intent that's accepted, then it allows us to proceed with an execution of the plan with our partners. But they have agreed to a lot of these changes.
Okay, we don't have a lot of time. So if they want some kind of answer by the end of the year. So have there been any promises made to any of the stakeholders, meaning the rodeo, the fair, or College of Idaho, to get their support on this?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And then when we look at the fair market value of the land, in one of your presentations, you noted that it was something, or that land was valued about $17 a square foot, which brings that land value to $3.1 million. So if we're taking a $3.1 million value city land, and now we're going to tie it up for 30, it was 50, but now it's 30 years, I realize that the argument is going to be that they're going to pay taxes. But so we're clear, they're only paying taxes on the improvement, not on the land, unless they purchase that.
Yes, they are paying on the actual building itself.
Right. So you had some numbers there that showed $127,800 a year in taxes. And so when I ran the numbers based on the levy rate, and I just used a $15 million bill because I didn't know, it only came out to about $55,000 a year. So it was more like a $60,000 a year commitment from the developer in both the land lease and the improvement tax, which over a course of 50 years does not meet that $3.1 million value.
I ran these numbers with our finance director, Raylyn North, and she was kind enough to help me do an assessment of this value. Ultimately, what you look at is 90% of the new construction, which is a product of House Bill 139, 389. I tried to forget that House bill because I didn't love it. But ultimately, that was something that was an impact. So 90% of a $20 million investment is about $18 million. You take that times the levy rate that's in the area, and you'll come up with that $127,000.
So
You spread
that
I'm sorry.
$127,000 is the tax, right?
Yes.
So if you take the 127 and add the $5,000 a year times 30 years, that's, I don't, anybody have a,
I think of it in terms of two separate leases. You have a land lease, but you also have the property tax benefit that will be derived from the actual product that will be built.
right. So and with that, like, we have a lot of city property that doesn't pay property tax, like the, police department, fire department, parks, cemetery, we don't pay property tax on that, but they have a benefit to the community. And so taking away this area and now splicing up that entire area by the rodeo and the fair, what it feels like we're doing by doing this is slowly making that area unusable. And the only thing that's going to be able to go there is a softball field, and because we're not going to have parking for anybody, and we're not going to have space. It's also my understanding that the fair, however many years ago, was going to move up to Highway 2026, and we sort of convinced them not to, and now we're taking away from them. But even more so from that is my concern, and after reading the letters, is about the kids that participate in these youth programs who are going to be cheated and shortchanged by a hotel that may or may not even get any use. We don't know.
So,
Also taking away parking from, we talked about downtown parking and how this parking lot could be utilized for downtown parking and people shuttled over for the bigger events, and now we're taking away even more parking. Lots of concerns.
May I just comment on a couple things you mentioned? So taking the lot away is certainly not the way I'd like to look at it. I really want to think of it in a way that adds more efficiency to the lot. I had one of our staff members in partnership with our department went and counted the cars during a football game on that lot. There was about 150 vehicles that were counted, 150 or 160. As you can see in the presentation, and you'll hear more from the developer, they're going to add 198 stalls. So when you add more order and structure to a parking lot that doesn't have any lines, you eliminate those 8 to 10 foot gaps that are in between vehicles on a lot that doesn't have the order and structure that one would like to see there.
But are they willing then to allow the community to park in those lots, or the kids to park there to bring their stuff in without paying for parking or without any kind of restriction? Like
So-
all year long, not just 1 week out of the year?
So that would be a part of a shared parking agreement that we could structure into the development agreement.
And that's-
Ultimately, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry, I don't mean to keep interrupting you, but I know we're short on time. I think that all of these things that can be put into a contract are great. However, they want an answer in less than like 29 days, right? They want a whole contract put together, and that's a lot when you have a lot of feedback coming in to make sure that it's, all straight.
Sure, and they're adding trailer stalls that they won't utilize. So I think the intention that they're trying to show is that they want to be partners and they want to work with us in a way that tangibly impacts the people that are going to be utilizing the lot.
Yeah.
They would only need to build 112 stalls, and they're building a lot more than that to help support everything that's going on.
So have we done any kind of negotiation with the LOI at this point, or no?
We haven't. So the meeting the first meeting that we had where I discussed this openly was the only dialogue that we've had, and
Okay.
yeah.
So there's also a note in there in the LOI that if they buy the land, they have to do some kind of land swap, which you addressed in your presentation. But there's nothing in there that says where or this, what the sales price would be of the land or anything like that. Would it be fair market value at that point?
Yeah, what we would do is we'd hire an appraiser to do an appraisal on the property. Then we would find a comparable piece of land that was agreeable to this governing body that they would see as a value to the city long-term. And then that would be the subject of a swap for this property, if that was the intent of you all.
Okay. Also, the LOI expired on September 30th. Do we have any of the hotel that we approved by TVCC or in this lot?
So that project is currently still in due diligence according to the exclusive negotiation agreement.
Okay. Now, this, just also so we're all on the same page, this developer does not represent a hotel chain, right? So you had some pictures of Marriott on here. Has Marriott committed to coming here and putting a hotel in?
Thank you for presenting that. This is a franchisee with both Marriott and Hilton. It will be one of those products there.
Okay, so it's not, so he does represent either the Marriott or what? I'm sorry.
Hilton, Marriott or Hilton.
Okay. So we kind of talked a little bit about breaking up this area into smaller pieces and then just eventually making it what feels like it's unusable. Council, this sub-area plan was only recently approved and it was not unanimous. And then the part that was approved, though, was a sports complex. So we don't really even know what the plan is and why the hotel, if we're going to continually look at the parking problem only being 1 week a year, which I don't believe that, how are we justifying putting a hotel there if it's only for like the rodeo and the fair 1 week a year, or so 2 weeks out of the year, I guess, where they would need a hotel in that area because the rest of the time it's going to be a softball field.
The sub-area master plan unequivocally had two hospitality projects that were planned for each proposal. And that was, to me, an emphasis that the area needed a hospitality option. Of course, in the vision, it included the notion of lodging and being a premier destination. I think those objectives are tied to a hotel project in the vicinity. I think the plan is certainly meant to be a guide. It's a fluid, an adaptable plan. It's something that is a breathing plan that could be modified as needed. But we have to have a plan in place to allow us to have informed decisions to move forward with projects. Of course, this is something that I feel is going, the plan indicates is going to be important for the success overall of all of the activities that take place.
I agree with you. I just don't understand why we need lodging for a softball field. That's what the council had voted on. But also, we often ask for developments to do traffic. Anything done about traffic over there?
So the actual closure of Linden is a part of the comprehensive plan for a long-term planning effort for the airport. There's no definitive date on that. There needs to be a lot of other things in place before that's actually triggered. So that will be some time before that occurs. And then secondarily, there will be a traffic impact study that will be conducted on this project. They have to go through the tropes of development in order to get that done. It would be futile for a developer to do a traffic impact study that is upwards of $50,000 before a development is actually approved through this governing body for them to move forward.
Well, I think we ask we ask people to do that before we approve stuff. I mean, I think that's a really, really important component to the approval is figuring out the traffic. We all drive around all day. I know we're going to talk about something at 10th and, Ustick and Kimball coming up, and the traffic out there is horrible. The traffic at Linden and the Boulevard is awful. So if we're shutting down Linden further up and diverting all that traffic onto 21st or the Boulevard, it's not like we're going to build some more roads or an overpass right there. So we only can have what we have. And so even if the road is shut down in 20 years from now, I think those are things we need to be thinking about now before we, make it harder.
And just to clarify, they will do a traffic impact study. That's part of the process in order to get their development permits and whatnot through the city. They will have to have that process completed.
But if we're in a contract with them and they come back and the traffic impact is bad, then what?
there would be certain recommendations within that traffic impact study that they'll have to adhere to make it, appropriate for the development that they're proposing.
Okay. And then again, I'm just gonna say again that I really feel like, this process is flawed. And I'm not speaking of you, I'm just saying I think that this process is flawed and that it really probably should have been an RFP. And that many council members have talked before about not giving away city property, not giving away prime real estate. And that's exactly what we're doing, even if we're collecting a little bit of tax, because again, remember, we have other city property areas that don't collect tax, but they do serve a purpose, and I believe that this is the way this should also be looked at. And I don't think that the taxes on the build is going to be enough to make up for the value of the land. I do think that there's a need for a hotel in Caldwell, but I don't think this is the location. And I think that really, if a developer wants to be here, that one way to show us that is to buy their own private land. I think the rest of this, I have some questions for the developer. I just want to make sure. Also to note that with the fair, as we go through talking about this, it is not a 1 week out of the year thing. They also have barrel racing. They do 8 weeks of youth-related activities, including BMX, dog shows, archery events, and other livestock shows. So I think there's a lot more going on there. And the fact that nobody has really committed to a parking solution, they just kind of have the idea of it, also lends me to be a no.
This development could look like at that location, but I'm happy to answer any further questions.
Yeah,
And thank you for your questions, by the way.
Councilor Stoddard.
Yeah. Yeah, Steve, I'm still not clear on whether the rodeo board has signed off on this yet. I know Mr. Lodge has sent us a letter, but legally, does he represent the whole board then? Because again, when we had the dedication of tearing down the box office over there at the rodeo, there were 2 of them I know that didn't agree with it at all. So I'm not clear on that. Does Mr. Lodge represent the whole board then, or is it just his opinion that this is a good deal?
Yes, Councilor Stark, he does serve as the president, and I will say that we were waiting on a letter such as this or some kind of formal statement from the rodeo. The process of us waiting was a result of their board meetings having to occur and having to agree on a collective statement from the rodeo. Again, I serve on several boards. We never operate independent of the board. Whenever we make a statement, we do it obviously from one individual, but the board as a whole is obviously going to be reflected in those comments based on a vote.
So you would say the whole board did agree with that we need a hotel there then?
They did. I don't know who voted which way or the other, but the rodeo and the statement that was provided to you was in accordance with how the board saw this development.
Okay. And we know that the fairground folks aren't in favor of it. I mean, that's pretty obvious. And I have to agree with Councilor Register that I would like to see a letter of approval from the college presidents that, yeah, they're agreeable with this, not just the sports end or recreational end of the college. So,
Can I share something really
Sure.
briefly? I have not heard from the fair directly that they're not in favor or if they're in favor or not. I have not heard a statement from them directly.
I
The
have.
conversations have been productive, and honestly, I know we've been talking through solutions. The college, in working with them, they have been a part of the Caldwell Event Center stakeholder process for a number of months. And the college has indicated that the VP of Athletics represent the college in this area because of all the events that take place that pertain to athletics.
okay. And will we have an appraisal of that land before we commit the building? Is that in the works right now? Or, I mean, I've heard figures all over the place as far as what the value of that land is. Do we know, have you talked to our county assessor about it, or to find out what the real number is?
We would do an appraisal if we intend to do a land swap. I certainly think that that's appropriate. If not, then I don't know, what the appraisal could do for us per se. I do, it might be helpful for us just to have the knowledge of what it's worth. But
think it would be.
the 3.1 I provided was on $17 a square foot. If you take $12 a square foot, it's 2.1. If you take $9 a square foot, it's around 1.6.
Yeah, it
somewhere
depends
there.
what it's residential, commercial, or,
Yeah.
yeah, I understand
The
that.
point I was trying to make was ultimately, is the land more valuable than how we're utilizing it? That was the emphasis that I was trying to
But if we could
punctuate.
maybe zero in on that, I think would be important for us too, to find out what that value is.
Sure.
And I have a question for Mr. Waterman. So if we sign this letter of, or agree with this letter of intent tonight, tell us all what that means. The contractor can go ahead and start, prepping the ground and building the structure. What does it mean?
So Mayor, Councilor Static, the letter by its terms is non-binding. So it is not a contract in and of itself. Generally speaking, in something like this, there'd be an articulated obligation to act in good faith, right? So if the council is inclined to say no, but says yes anyway in bad faith, that would be potentially an issue. But by its terms, it's not binding. It doesn't contain a lease in and of itself. It doesn't give anyone an interest in real property. If someone was going to go out and do testing or something, that would have to be with the city's express permission. And when I say city in that circumstance, I don't necessarily mean the council. The mayor or staff could authorize testing and that kind of thing. But the letter by its terms is, like I said, non-binding, is a rather common practice in commercial real estate. When parties are trying to figure out, hey, do we have any mutual interest here at all? Is it worth, for example, Council Register was asking about a traffic impact study, and those of course cost dollars. And so it's a desire to figure out if things are friendly enough to continue expending money. But at the end of the day, if a development agreement, contract, lease couldn't be worked out to the satisfaction of both parties at their discretion, then that would be the end of it.
Okay, Mr. Jenkins, they understand that then?
They do, yes.
Okay, all right. And last question I had, just, when we have the rodeo there, we have all these horse trailers parked on the dirt and everything. If the hotel gives us all this extra parking, and it's gonna be paved, I assume? So where do the horses and the livestock excrement, so to speak, and where do they have their hay and all the other stuff? Because it's gonna be a mess if it's on or if it's on blacktop. So what do we do there?
Yeah, and I showed you a series of improvements that could be, allocated for the area. This was done in conjunction with our partners, such as the rodeo, that have shown a willingness to step up and make accommodations to allow for the growth to occur in the area. They feel as though a hotel could certainly complement their efforts. I think it could complement all the stakeholders, quite frankly. With having hospitality in the vicinity, it certainly allows for visitors that are participating or either coming to spectate or be a part of the events to have a place to stay and be right there on the ground. So I think knowing that information, we do have willing parties that are able to step up and help us to make those changes as needed.
Because you have to agree it'd be pretty inconvenient if they couldn't carry that part of their stay when they're at the rodeo, because, animals have to do their thing.
Yeah,
Have to be fed.
it could be, but we have a facility right behind O'Connor that is
Yeah.
underutilized. I mean, to me, those are reasonable modifications that would even allow greater access than that 4-acre lot allows.
Okay. And I think we've talked about this before. I don't remember if I've talked to you about it, but as far as other locations are concerned, the property that's east of the Airstream manufacturing trailer outfit next to the interstate, there's a couple of acres in there. Was that even considered also, or do you know?
I don't know if that one was considered. I do know that it's owned privately, and private properties have private property rights. The city can't go in and dictate, how we utilize those properties, how it's developed. I do know that property owner desires to do a build-to-suit at that location and not to sell the property. So a build-to-suit would be maintaining ownership of building the product on behalf of a developer or development. And in this case, it certainly wouldn't be in alignment. So I don't know if that property specifically was considered, but I do know that property is one that certainly desires to retain ownership.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I
Thank
have,
you.
Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Appreciate it.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate
I
it.
wanted to just say that it's my understanding that the fair is not on board with the way this is constructed right now. I don't know if that will change, but as it is right now, they are not. But while we're talking about stakeholders for this council, I just want to point out, I know that Councilor Static ran some numbers too, but this is a packet of 69 emails. 3 of them are positive, which makes 66 of them negative, and our community are stakeholders too. And a lot of these are from parents of the kids that are in these youth groups that are there. So just to kind of keep that in mind as well.
No, I certainly appreciate that. And our numbers for the population are 73,420. It's so hard to capture all that into, obviously a survey or those types of things. I am grateful for the people that participated, though, and I'm glad you brought that up. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate that. So we'll now have the KSA investments come up, and so in light of time, as we are, that did take quite a bit of time on that, so we're gonna begin timing. So you will have 10 minutes for your presentation, so you may need to go through it quick. Just be asking to be courteous to that. You'll have the time up there, and then again, once that ends, you'll hear a beep, and then the microphone will go silent. So make sure you do end before the 10-minute mark, and we appreciate you respecting that time limit. And then obviously stand for any questions you may have after that.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't take much of your time. My name is Kate Atkinson, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I represent KSA Investments, our small team of real estate owners, developers, and designers and operators. We're a small team, but we utilize the resources of other entities that help us build larger projects. We herald from Skagit County, rural Skagit County, Washington. We're small town people. We've built in our community quite a bit. We also have holdings and projects in Arizona and Utah, but we love small towns. And as we were looking to expand, our friend and business associate, Dale King, introduced us to Caldwell. And so a couple months ago, we just came to Caldwell to investigate. And as we met with Stephen, we were thoroughly impressed with the magnitude and the planning in which he and his team put forth in traveling and looking at other areas and trying to develop a master plan. And as we talked to him, we felt like this was the kind of place that we wanted to be involved in. We want to be in a place that needs us and that wants us. And today we actually did get approval from Marriott. It's not easy to get approval for locations, but if this should go through and you should accept this, many hotel brands would like to build there, but in our minds, Marriott is the premier product, that it would bring quality and definitely an upper class accommodations to your area, which would benefit all of those entities in which may find fault in taking up that land and in utilizing that space. But we work with community members. We team up with local workers. We source from local vendors because that's how we operate. We believe that small towns are what make America what we want it to be. And so that's who we are. And if you open it up to a bunch of developers, you're going to get a bunch of big developers who want to do a bunch of different things. We don't operate that way. And we work closely with Faber Construction. We love the way that we have a relationship with them and that they're conscious of the communities in which they develop. Thanks for giving me time and a voice, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Yeah.
Dale King, Faber Construction. We started looking at different areas, especially for different small towns, networks, things like that we wanted to visit with KSA about. And looking back, we took a look at Marriott and also Hilton as we came into town. And so the big comments from those two particular brands is they would love to be in Caldwell. They do not want to be out by the highway. Their specific goal was to be near the downtown corridor, near the universities, near that type of avenue or venue that they were looking for. We were also looking at multiple downtown parcels too as well, in order to do something to tribute to the wine industry and things like that. When Stephen, when we were visiting the site, Stephen said, hey, there's different opportunities around town. Would you be interested in taking a look? And what I wanted to do is there's been a lot of conversations about parking. I don't know if I, just right there, okay. So this is the ideal layout of the parking structure, and I can tell you from a civil engineer standpoint that once a design is put together, you can maximize the parking calculations that you need to have within that particular sector. And we did take the opportunity to go visit with Diane Center at the fair and visit with her about parking structures and what she wanted to see for that particular site. Her biggest comment to us, to be honest with you, was could you help us get through the January, February, March, and April timeframe, because those are her big event time periods that she has, and they utilize that parking in that particular area. And like they said, they get a roughly of anywhere from 100 to 140 parking stalls on that dirt lot. And we said, absolutely, we tried to push back building and construction, but we wanted to be a tremendous partner, not only with the city of Caldwell, but with also with the rodeo and the fairgrounds, and taking time to visit with them to take care of the parking calculations. You'll actually see we're also trying to take in for the trailers to be able to park on site so we could adhere to that, because it is a special concern that we have with the fair and the rodeo being next door. The biggest thing is there's a transition and a shift to get away from having hotels on your highways and bringing them back down into the downtown core, because it's not necessarily all about travel anymore. They're calling it bleisure, which is a business leisure type of setup within the industry. And so we're trying to be more comprehensive as we plan our hotel structures and as we move forward. And that's what we're trying to do in this particular arena. KSA has shown interest in Caldwell, and they're not only looking at necessarily just a hotel, but also making the investment in community and other avenues such as mixed use and things like that, because they are very impressed with the Caldwell market. Thank you.
Very good, thank you so much. Appreciate you respecting that time. Okay, questions from council? Councilor Register, and then over to Councilor Allgood.
So, and I'm not sure who to ask this to. You're the construction company, right?
That is correct. I do
Okay,
business development, and so what I do is I work with specialty owners to find them land parcels, put projects together, introduce them to different hospitality groups too as well. They
Can
don't
you
have
answer
operations.
questions on behalf of the developer then?
Absolutely.
Okay, so quickly, as the construction company, it looks like I just did a quick Google search here out of Mountain Home, right?
We have an office in Mountain Home. We're opening a brand-new office also in Missoula, Montana, and then
Okay.
our home offices are in Linden, Washington.
So both, well, actually, the city, the developer, and you have all said that you're going to somehow increase the use of local vendors. So do you plan on hiring people to do the construction from Caldwell?
Yes.
And
We take a look at not only just actual local vendors, but also do a design development with our hotels, where we take in substrates of our MEPs, which is our mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, and we definitely like to have that within the community area in which they operate.
Okay. And then, so can you tell us why the developer was interested in coming to Caldwell?
I actually brought them to Caldwell and showed them the sites and talked about opportunities, that this is it is the fourth largest city in Idaho, and that their hospitality amenities are lacking in that particular genre, and that this would be a great opportunity to invest within a community.
Do you know if they're interested enough to come here to buy private land?
Absolutely. Yeah.
So
We've
this doesn't-
taken a look at multiple parcels to purchase private land, and in this one, it could be a purchase too as well. It's just the city asked to get involved if we would do a lease, so we could get established right out of the gate and then move forward to there. Because they weren't ready to sell the property, they'd rather do it in a land swap.
I see. But we're not doing an RFP. We're just only talking to you.
There
guess.
hasn't been any interaction
Okay.
about an RFP.
So if this is denied, then you think the developer would be interested in buying their own private land and then paying taxes on the land and their build?
We could take a look at any other opportunities.
Well, I'm just wondering how interested you are in Caldwell, or how interested they are in Caldwell. Are they interested because they want to invest in Caldwell, or because they're getting a really sweet deal on this?
No, it's not necessarily just the parcel. You take a look at where it's located and where the activity is being spent in. But yes, we are making investments in Caldwell.
Okay, so at the end of the day, was the choice of this spot the developer or the city?
It was the developer.
Okay. And
We're
then-
actually, just so you know too as well, we're actually under a purchase and sale up at North Ranch on another parcel for a mixed-use development now. We're already making an investment in Caldwell. We would like to purchase, but however, the city doesn't want to move forward in a purchase on this particular parcel at the moment because they want to do a land swap down the line.
But we don't know where that land swap would be,
That is
right?
correct. It's at
Okay.
the city's discretion about what they would like to invest in moving forward.
Okay, and then the only other question I had for the developer was why this location worked best for them.
It's a great opportunity because you're only 2 blocks from the College of Idaho with all the activities. They're extremely lacking in being able to house venues, family visits, people coming to watch games in venues or visiting the college. Also, we think it would be a tremendous asset for the rodeo and also the fair to have a hospitality within the vicinity to offset that too as well, especially bringing in larger concert venues within the rodeo to have guests stay there after a concert maybe at the rodeo or something of that nature versus having to go somewhere else. A lot of the people that are coming to Caldwell right now are actually getting leakage into Napa. They come and visit Caldwell, but they don't stay. They actually stay in Napa.
Yeah, I'm not, like I said, personally, and really what I've heard from the community is they're not necessarily against a hotel. It's just this particular location.
Sure.
So I guess what I'm trying to find out is that if it doesn't get approved for this particular location, if this developer would still be interested in looking at other places, even if those were privately owned.
Absolutely, but the one thing we would have to do is we'd have to go back to Marriott and ask them, hey,
Sure.
they would have to go to another parcel, it would have to go through a resequencing with Marriott. This particular site has already been approved for a hotel with Marriott.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Allgood.
Yes, sir. I understand your developer, a year down the road, 2 years down the road, when this is an operating hotel, who is the manager? Who does the city deal with on an ongoing basis?
KSA. KSA is the developer, they're the manager, they own all of their real estate and hotels within their inventory.
So they don't, this is not a build and sell situation?
This is not a build and sell. They are not a build and sell operation. They're a build and hold.
Okay. And I was looking at your list of amenities here, and one thing I didn't see on there, just questioning, will there be meeting facilities?
Yes.
Okay. all
Yeah,
right.
there are meeting spaces within the hotel and will be designed in the hotel. Right now, this is a conceptual versus DD drawings. So when they're sitting there and talking about a letter of interest just brings 2 parties together to make an agreement so we can go through full-fledged DD drawings. To do something like that with an architect's gonna run you about $225,000 to $250,000. Therefore, the letter of interest to move forward. We don't like to spend that money unless we have commitments between both parties.
So one last question. So just to get it on record, sir, the letter of intent that's in our package expired at the end of September.
That is correct.
It is your intention that that is still valid tonight as we discuss this?
That is correct. And moving forward, so we could be able to move forward at a developer agreement on the parcel.
All right, thank
We've
you.
left it open-ended.
Counselor Stoddick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one question. I heard the young lady say the high-end market. Was there a market study done in this area as to what potential customers might pay? Because we have a Best Western and a La Quinta up there next to the interstate. So what does high market mean?
So high market is relative to location, preference of what's going on within the community and the amenities within the community. So that will drive and dictate your room rate calculations. And since you're not just taking a look at Caldwell, you also have to take a look at the county, because the county drives your GSA rate. Your GSA rate is the government rate that's tied in. So actually, Canyon County is 20% less a GSA rate than it is in Ada County, which is, I mean, you're only talking 20 miles to Ada County, and yet your GSA rate in that particular area is 130 on a room nightly rate, where here in Canyon County, it's down near like 90 bucks. And so what we're trying to do is bring in a higher revenue hotel or higher market strategy in hopes that we're going to be able to raise that GSA rate to benefit the whole county.
I guess my question would be is, a scenario, say you charge $200 a room a night and Best Western's $100. You still think you're going to attract enough people to fill your hotel?
That's a very good question. The market will dictate. You're absolutely correct. Even though we bring in a higher end brand, such as a Marriott brand in an extended stay to a particular market, that will push the rates up anyway. We think that the rates in Caldwell are extremely low due to your START report. We're still showing an 80 to an 85% occupancy rating that's going on within those particular hotels, and with those rates, those dollar figures should be pushed up.
Because like I say, the rodeo business is a pretty tough business, and I know a lot of those folks that attend the rodeo and participate don't have the kind of money that a function in Boise might have, something like that.
Oh,
So-
sure, but you're also taking.
Ask it again, please respect that, be aware of repetitive testimony. As mentioned earlier, this is, the resolution does not require testimony, but we do want to open it up to provide for that. At this time, if it does go extensive, we may need to close that and move forward with council discussion. But we'll begin with Scott Tillman. If you'll please come forward, and if you could just state your name and address for the record, then you'll have those 3 minutes, and then please stand for questions after that.
Thank you. Scott Tillamont, 4520 Equinox Avenue, Caldwell. Mayor and council, as the fourth largest city in Idaho, Caldwell is woefully lacking in the types of commercial retail and amenities that most cities rely on to generate both property tax and sales tax. These taxes are what cities use to take the tax burden off of residential property owners. I have been preaching that the city needs developments like as an exception. I've been a civil structural drafter for over 35 years. I've worked with engineers and developers in the past on projects similar to this one, so I know the lucrative and generous offer being made by this developer. While it's true that the land currently generates zero income, I believe the land's long-term value is priceless, and the infrastructure in the area is not adequate for a project like this. The proximity of the railroad to Stock Trail makes turning left onto Stock Trail nearly impossible, and turning onto Arthur is not much better. Due to the constraints between the tracks and the boulevard, I believe that 21st would have a hard time accommodating the traffic in this location. Probably the biggest issue is the intrinsic value of the property. Similar to city parks and even those such as the Rice House, some land holds value that is well beyond its market price. I've personally spoken with a few of the city's stakeholders that utilize the adjacent land. This land is not used by the rodeo for parking. It's also used by participants in fairground activities. 4-H, FFA, and other organizations use it regularly. By developing this land, the city would not only be removing a piece of property that is highly used by the city's primary stakeholders, the residents, it would also be taking away any future growth that its valued partner stakeholders may have. I understand the benefits of a project like this. I honestly think that the immediate benefits of this project are clouding our ability to see the long-term need and potential that this particular piece of property is uniquely suited to serve. I stand for questions.
Thank you so much, Scott. Appreciate that. Questions, council? I don't see any. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Next listed is Jean Credibring. If you could please state your name and address, and then you'll have the 3 minutes as well.
Jean Craidbring. I fully agree that Caldwell needs a hotel at some point, but not now and not like this. I feel as though dollar signs are blinding the decisions. Please step back and consider the ramifications of doing this in this location near the railroad tracks, taking away the benefits necessary for Caldwell Night Rodeo and Canyon County Fair. There are too many questions. Why now? Why in that location? Why isn't the land being sold? Is this the best spot for a hotel to complement Destination Caldwell? Why not in the old Rite Aid location, or even in the vacant D&B lot? Those last two options would take care of two eyesores. Honestly, I think it's being pushed through for the wrong reasons. And I support Diana Register, Counselor Register, and all of her questions and her points too.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Sue Cushland, again, if you could state your name and address for the record, Sue, then you have 3 minutes.
Sue Cushlan, 121 South Louisiana, Caldwell. I understand, Mayor and Council, that you're obligated to hear this because it was brought to you and you didn't seek out this. However, it doesn't mean it's the right place or time for this. I feel to saddle the citizens of Caldwell with a 30, and it used to be 50-year contract or more, like Tillian's 70 years, is disrespectful to the current citizens and those of the future. Future generations will be dealing with this long after we're all gone. I feel like Caldwell has become an easy mark for developers, and Caldwell seems desperate. I don't think we should be neither an easy mark or desperate. If this developer can afford to build a 100-plus room hotel for $20 million, they can afford to buy land. It sounds like Caldwell is willing to essentially give it away, and they won't have to pay fair market rent. Fair market rent should be based on the $20 million project built upon it, not on bare land. One thing that should be considered is what is the fill rate for the nearby motels. If they aren't filled on a regular basis, what makes you think this one will be? There have been other viable or will be other viable suggestions made for locations. I think this is the wrong location. Too many participants for the fair and rodeo will be displaced, not to mention the participants of other events that also use this space. The perception that the dirt parking lot is only used for fair and rodeo is wrong. There are many other events that use this facility. But if you think this parking lot isn't used enough, then I draw your attention to the parking lots in front of O'Connor Fieldhouse, the rodeo grounds, and stadium. They aren't used any more than the dirt lot. Does this mean you're ready to build something there or expand onto those properties? Please vote no on this location and the benefit package for a company that can afford anything they want, for future generations as well as the current citizens. We don't want this, especially at this location, and we don't want it given away. Let's upgrade Caldwell's reputation to a place for a hotel to want to invest in the community and not see how big a handout they can get.
Thank you, Sue. Appreciate it. Cassandra Crowell. And if you could also just state your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes as well.
Good evening. My name's Cassandra Crowell. I live at 2806 Apollo Place. I am a 66-year resident of Caldwell. I've worked for the city, the county, and the state, so I've been through kind of some of these similar type meetings. I believe the property that we're talking about in the dirt lot is truly a diamond in the rough. I heard the comment of premier product. Your premier product are the citizens of Caldwell, and I would ask you to consider that as your first in line of making those decisions. I live not too far from the stadium and the parking lot. I travel it daily. I watch to see how many cars are in that lot. I watch to see how many are in O'Connor lot. And I think many people are utilizing that lot as citizens of Caldwell. Again, I know other people have stated it, but the horse park, the rodeo grounds, the fair, the bowling alley, the college events, the O'Connor functions, all these people that attend at one time or another, I'm sure have used that, dirt lot. I can tell you, I came to talk tonight actually from two different visions. One is myself living in that area. The traffic is horrendous. When the fair is going on, when the rodeo grounds are going on, when I come off of Apollo onto the boulevard, if I can even get, usually I have to go west 2 blocks to even get on the boulevard. At this point, it's insane. So definitely there needs to be a traffic study there. I do not go out to the boulevard at 8 o'clock in the morning, at noon, or at 5 o'clock at night, because you can't hardly get on the boulevard without almost having a wreck. And that includes 21st, that includes Linden, that includes Florida to Cleveland. I do believe we need another motel or hotel in Caldwell, because I do see the need, but I would say no to that location. It's not a viable fit. And having to do with, I don't have a horse, I'm not a horse person, but when you think about it, how are those people with horses and horse trailers going to walk across the railroad tracks to park somewhere? It doesn't make sense. And those are our citizens we're already invested in. They're already partaking of that area. And I couldn't see changing that for the dollar. Please give residents the priority, and I would ask you to vote no against placing a hotel at that location.
Thank you, appreciate that. Amity Wilson. And again, if you could just remember the 3 minutes, and maybe if we can turn the volume up on that alarm, that'd be great, just so we can hear it better. Thank you. Amity, if you could state your name and address. And
My name is Amity Wilson. I'm at 11789 Lawrence Drive in Caldwell. A lot of what I had to say has already been very eloquently and passionately presented by Councilwoman, Register. So I'll skip that part. About the parking and the events, and as has been mentioned, it's not just the fair. It's not just a week for fair and a week for the rodeo. The fairgrounds host a lot of agricultural events throughout the year, and the youth that participate in these events are products of programs that cultivate the leaders of our community. They cultivate leadership, they cultivate community, determination. These kids have taken on the responsibility to be the stewards of life and land. And to put them on the back burner and say you don't matter would be absolutely the most irresponsible thing this panel can do. I can look across this panel and know that some of you have already made your decision, and no matter how many of us stand up here and say what we want to say, your decision is made, and it's a technicality that we are even allowed to stand here and tell you how this impacts our lives. You know why these developers like small towns, like they said? It's because we're for sale. Because people stand up here and will sell our roots for money. We heard how quickly our city is growing. You don't have to remind us of that. You don't have to tell us that. We feel it every day. We feel it every day, and we were told that the 69 letters from parents of these agricultural participants are invalid, invaluable representation. Well, you know why? Because most people know that they don't matter. They know that we are for sale, and a precedent has been made that Caldwell is for sale, and our agricultural foundation doesn't mean anything. the kids that participate in those programs, that rely on that resource to, like she said, to haul their supplies. And some of these seniors in high school are going to work after they go take care of their animals at 6:30 in the morning before their show later in the day. It's not about the parking. It's about being willing to sell off an entire lifestyle and demographic of our youth and not support them.
Thank you. So please refrain from clapping to keep the decorum of the meeting. We would appreciate that. Thank you very much. Abigail Johansson. And if you could state your name and address for the record.
For the past 8 years and now in FFA through my high school. I have shown livestock at the Canyon County Fair for as long as I can remember, and it has been an important part in my leadership development and my passion for agriculture. I have seen people my age who are unaware of agricultural issues or where their resources come from due to the consistent sacrifice of agriculture for financial gain. In past years, it has been hard enough to find parking and be able to bring in resources as exhibitors who have to stay all week. Having to bring equipment and livestock from across the road or train tracks just isn't realistic. The previously shared plan wants to completely reconstruct our fairgrounds to accommodate for the construction of this hotel, which is only going to cause more congestion. It was mentioned that the community will benefit financially from the hotel through the taxpayers' money that will go toward, it was mentioned that the community will benefit from the hotel financially, though the taxpayers' money will have to go toward the reconstruction of the fairgrounds to accommodate this hotel. Agriculture is what this community was built on, and people in power are willing to trade our agricultural traditions for money and development. I see no benefit toward the community in the development of this lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Patricia Aston? Okay, thank you so much. So we'll just, you just agree with the comments that were made before. We appreciate that very much. It helps save some time. Next, signed up to.
First of all, the first debacle was the parking situation, and after the last meeting, you guys went into private session. We never found out who owed what, so I used our public right to try and investigate what do we owe, and I got nothing back that I could understand. I then said, who was the team on the parking plan? And Steve Jenkins solely was the whole person who conducted the whole parking management agreement and situation. That's appalling. Don't think we don't know what's going on. We do. We're smart. So, first piece, next piece. A year ago, December 23rd, Opie Hotel was supposed to make a boutique hotel here. They have the $220 a night hotel in Boise. So this is, I have evidence, Mr. Cody, this time. $220 a night is what they charge in Boise, and John McGee was a part of it, and I was like, he beat you out. Why is he a part of this? We didn't vote him in, but basically they were saying, to go to the wineries, don't go to Boise, you need to come to Caldwell. So I'm like looking at that going, wineries, why is that so important? Well, somehow OB dropped out of the race. We didn't do a RFP, and all of a sudden KSA is in the game. Short time, I'd love a lease for that, because the way prices go up in 30 years, $5,000 a year, that's nothing, absolutely nothing. That'll be equivalent probably to a hamburger. So I thought that was very interesting. And then the final piece was, also, I noticed what happens is let's approve it and then let's deal with it later. But since it's approved, we have to move forward. We've got a deadline on signing a letter. I had to look up, who is KSA? Who is KSA? Kingdom of Saudi Arabia Investment LLC. We're up for sale by who? Yeah, I know you have satellite offices, of course. That's how you do it. That's how you buy America. Caldwell's not for sale. This is America. I'd like to say, I'd like to buy that land for $5,000 a year. If you'll sell it to me, I will take all the FFA and all the students, and I will be there for the community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ariel Levi. And again, please refrain from the clapping on either side, just to keep the decorum of the meeting. So Ariel, if you could state your name and address for the record, then you'll have up to 3 minutes for your testimony as well.
Hi, my name is Ariel Levi. I live at 1910 Fillmore Street, and I'm here representing the College of Idaho student body. I've been a student at the college for a very long time, and I'm personally acquainted with the presidents and basically almost every single student on campus. I know everybody. And so I wanted to talk specifically first about culture and how important it is to students in the college. This is the younger generation. We're actually going to live here when all of you guys are gone. And so that's kind of important to me because you're the ones making the decisions. And the fact that culture is important over money to my generation is something that I think is important to recognize. The rodeo itself is actually a huge contribution to the athletic department. Every Friday night rodeo, the football team goes and has to show up at the rodeo, and the whole team gets dressed up and goes. It's part of the culture. The other thing is the College of Idaho itself is currently down on enrollment and totally broke. Everybody knows it. And the problem is that's because nobody wants to come here anymore. They keep changing their curriculum and things are on rocks. How do we keep the college to keep this community? It comes with culture. I had lunch with some of my friends on the basketball team today, and they were talking about, one of them was a transplant from U of I. I said, why is C of I better? And we were trying to convince him that C of I was better. And it's because of the culture that comes with it. So it's less nowadays about degrees, it's less about money, it's less about all these different things that used to be important, and everything is about culture and networking. And I think that this project to put a hotel is a completely corporate style takeover where culture is getting totally disregarded. The rodeo, the football stadium, Caldwell itself being a small town are what attract people to come to our college, not BSU, not NNU, not U of I, all these other colleges. I mean, Idaho has like probably 6 universities. Why do they come to College of Idaho? Because of the culture, because of the history. And the college itself is on rocks. So speaking on behalf of the college, I think it's very important that we prioritize what goes into the history of Caldwell, Idaho. I live with the lady who was the founder of Caldwell Fine Arts. I'm the concertmaster of the C of I Symphonia. When I listen to her name is Sylvia Hunt, she talks about how Caldwell used to be. She was an FFA. She sold woolen suits, sewed them, and 4-H. And I just think that completely disregarding that for people my age is almost like the city doesn't care, the government doesn't care. And it doesn't make anybody very happy about government. Some of my friends even work in the mayor's office. And I don't think that our future is being taken into consideration. And so I'd like to ask that this does not go through because I care about the college and the culture it's brought me. And I care about my family as well that has used that parking lot for something as simple as collecting Christmas trees after Christmas. That is an agricultural part of our society where people go dump trees there and then all the farmers get to pick it up. And so I just think that it's inconsiderate to not consider our culture and our future.
Thank you so much. Perfect timing on that. Okay, so with that, we'll now turn this over to the council for your discussion and deliberation. If there are additional questions you have regarding staff or additional info you'd like to hear from, it's always available. Again, this is a resolution. That was everybody that did sign up and indicated to speak on this. We don't need to close public testimony because it's not required in that regards. But with that, we'll turn it over to council for your deliberation and discussion. Councilor Register, and then we'll jump over to Councilor Doty.
You want me to go first? Okay. First of all, for the young ladies that spoke, Abigail and Ariel, I'm not that old, but let's. So I just sort of want to go over some of the key points that I've heard and tonight, and then also before. It's just one last time. I do believe it's important with it to approve a contract. I would prefer to see this group buy private land and put your hotel in that way and invest it in our community that way. Let's see. I do think that we need to take into consideration that the taxes that are going to be paid on this are not going to meet the value of the land as was stated. I do think that we need to take into account the groups that we are working with the youth, and that we're not putting them on the north side of the tracks for them to haul in all their stuff. And I realize that the hotel has said that they will accommodate that, but I'm still a little gun shy from all the promises that were made on the parking meters that didn't go through. I don't think we're ready for this. I think we need to slow down. I think we need to figure out the plan better. And I appreciate the comments about being a small agricultural community. And we are, and we use that to our advantage every chance that we get in some way by saying Caldwell's this small agricultural community and this is what we're built on. And then we're going to turn around and possibly make a decision that's going to damage the programs that are near and dear to our heart. Don't know anything about livestock. I really don't, but I appreciate that that is one of the things that makes Caldwell great, along with our history and all of these things that we have. And I just feel like we're constantly throwing that out the window. Again, the tax thing is just not a good argument to me because we do have a lot of spaces that aren't paying taxes, but serve a benefit to the community. And I am not in favor of a $5,000 a year lease on prime real estate. I realize that the LOI is not a binding agreement and that there still has to be a contract, but again, we have the same problem with the meters where we were told one thing in the meeting and then later it turned out to be a whole different thing. We still don't have any solutions to parking. We still have the possibility of Linden closing down. We're talking about a high-end hotel, but we're talking about putting them next to a train track where the trains come through all night long. I just don't know how that equals high-end. We don't have a commitment from every member of the rodeo board. We don't have a commitment from the fair, a commitment from the fair. We pushed the amphitheater out of that area for all these same reasons, the parking, the noise, the taking up space. We asked them to go look over on Centennial, which is also city-owned property, so maybe that's a good place for a hotel, is over there, start developing on that side of the city. But I think that, once again, we are rushing something, and I don't know why. I can't figure out why we have to rush this. I think that a hotel in Caldwell like this would be fantastic in the right location with the right process. And so I'm going to leave it at that.
Councilor Doty.
Mr. Mayor, I'm in favor of the hotel, and I'll address a few of the reasons here with some of the comments that are made. First, I absolutely do care about this community. I have 2 young children still living right here in this community that attend most of these events with me when they are able to do so. I think it will enhance the experience of the rodeo, the fair, and the college as well. I think it's more of a rodeo-type connection with the 4-H groups. I think we're missing something on the value of the land swap. If it is a land swap, it's not just $5,000 for 30 years and that's it. The land, and we can possibly put a cap on that, like after 5 years, to decide where that land should go and what the new land should be used for. Let's see if I had anything else here. I think I've said enough for tonight. Just know that I support the hotel. I think it's going to be a positive impact on our community. The 2 things that are most important to me are our safety of our citizens as well as keeping our taxes low, and I think this provides both. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Councilor Allgood.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, there was a gentleman that wanted to speak that did not get on the right list, I think. I was wondering, would we be able to have one more gentleman come up and speak?
Yeah, I think that'll be fine.
Mr. King, is he here?
So yeah, we're not able to find his name on the list, so may have just signed out. I know there was a lot of papers back there, so we apologize for that. So if you'd like to go ahead and take, again, this 3 minutes.
Yeah, I signed up on the neutral list. So, neutral, is that a good place to be tonight? I don't know. My name is Dale King. I moved to Caldwell January 23. But I first heard of Caldwell in 2017 when my kids all moved down here. I have 7 children. I have 5 that work here, live here, and are actually in the service industry. And so I care about Caldwell. I care about this valley. I have a career in economic development. My company is Syndicate Resilient Economies. Again, Syndicate, and basically the department I'm talking about is Resilient Economies. And we were doing stuff 25 years ago up in Washington in rural communities. and trying to figure out how do we survive the downturn of the natural economy. Because they're shutting down timber, as some of you may remember that. They're shutting down mining, fishing, everything's controlled. And so I learned a lot about economic development back then, and communities matter. Communities matter a lot. And so, you know, my first meeting that I came to when I got out of my house and started exploring the city was, the room was kind of packed like this, actually. And it was over at the airport. And I love the passion of Caldwell citizens. They come out. But you know, when we're doing planning, and I came to the meetings in the summertime, and I was coming to, I think it was the budget meetings, and for each of the departments for the city of Caldwell, because I wanted to learn more about the city and how it works. There wasn't anybody here. It was department, it was the government. And those were all open meetings.
So please, no comment from the gallery.
And so, but what I learned in those meetings was there's a city here that works really hard. I had the opportunity to have coffee with several times with one of your councilmen, and I had an opportunity to ask some questions because I come from a place that's just a little further down the track. And city of Caldwell is not behind on anything. Growing, and there's growing pains here. But one of the things that we uncovered as we were doing rural economic development across regions was to identify the bleed. And what I mean by that, I try to figure out other ways to say it, but I work with county commissioners on this in tourism in Kitsap County, where Bremerton is across the ferries from Seattle. And what we realize is that there's a drain every time a company spends money outside the region when they could provide those services locally. When you do a local, an aggregate of the market, you can identify dollars that are here being spent elsewhere. And every dollar that's spent elsewhere is dollars that aren't being spent probably for young people that could actually have jobs and stay home instead of go to college and go to some other place in the world and leave their community. And one of the things I was impressed with is that the Caldwell I heard about in 2017 was not the Caldwell I showed up on in 23. Because there's been work done, and there's been coordination and collaboration, and the citizenry has been a part of that. And am I up? Do I got to go?
You are up. Yes, I apologize for that.
have a
So we do
response.
appreciate those comments, though, very much. Yes, thank you.
Are we allowed to respond?
Do you have a question? Or hold
Well,
on,
no,
Mr.
I
King,
have more of
or-
a response, but I can.
Okay. Did you have any other questions, Counselor Allgood? No, I think you're good. So it was a response more than a question, so she can cover that later. So thank you. Counselor Allgood, did you have some follow-up as well, or?
Yes, I did.
Okay,
If you,
yep.
so I wanted to follow up on a couple of things. So the public understands, and Morgan, please correct me if I say something wrong, you being the expert. But the area that's being discussed for this hotel is zoned for this. If it didn't go on the spot we're talking about, it could go across the street at Smith's Lawnmower, and we wouldn't even be talking here today. They could just go there, because it is zoned for there. And so, the discussion we're having tonight is simply because it's on a piece of city-owned property. Like I said, if Smith's Lawnmower across the street decided to sell their property and put a hotel there, we wouldn't be here. It's zoned for that. I've heard a couple times tonight, or several times tonight, that this is not the right time. Well, the city has been growing and developing for a number of years now, and I don't know when the right time would be. Are we talking 6 months? Are we talking 5 years? What is the right time? The right time seems to be when we have people interested in our community. And then the one that aggravates me the most is that we're somehow for sale, which is ridiculous. Caldwell is popular, and Caldwell has people coming here that are interested in living here because we have such nice places here. We have wonderful things to do. I mean, people are probably down there ice skating right now. And I guarantee you there was people saying it was not the right time to build the plaza. But what I'm saying is, it's not a for sale situation. It's a situation where we want to provide our citizens the best amenities that we can. And so when we're saying, well, we'll do the discussion later, we will have plenty of parking for everybody and still provide all the amenities that we have today. Hopefully, we'll provide more amenities. That's the goal, and my goal is to provide amenities to our community. But anyway, that's where I was going. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Dentber, and then over to Councilor, Councilor Dentber.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, there's several points that I want to make with regard to the discussion that's happened tonight. And just so everybody knows, we hear you. We heard you a couple weeks ago. We heard you tonight. We hear you on social media. We hear you out and about on the town. But our responsibility as...
So you need to remember that no speaking from the audience.
Mr. Mayor, I'll go ahead and make a motion that we approve the hotel and the letter of intent as intended, considering
second.
the...
Okay, so we have a motion, and again, we ask for respect on that in order to be here in this meeting. Respect goes both ways, so we would ask you to remember that.
Talking about the location. So the fact that they could go across the street into the correct zoning, I don't know that you'd have as much of an argument, because I think the argument is where this is and what it affects, which is not just the rodeo or the college or the fair, but also the kids and our youth organizations. So I think that's really important to keep in mind. I also am not supportive at all of a $5,000 a year lease with a private developer when we haven't done an RFP. We should, if we're going to have these discussions, then let's open it up to an RFP. Let's have other people come in if the council wants to use that space for a hotel and give, let's have a competition for it then. We don't need to give it away. My daughter pays $2,000 a month for a two-bedroom apartment, which is $24,000 a year. And I think that these guys probably have more money than she does. So I am going to ask that the council vote against this and do an RFP to bring in some competitors and see what we can get. But one thing that I wanted to point out was, I believe that when 253 people and 100 people show up, maybe the other 76,153 people don't care, but let's stop beating up the people that are coming to the meetings. I think that's starting to become sort of ridiculous. So I would like to, I realize that Councilor Dittenberg has already made his motion, and so we're going to vote on it, but I sincerely hope the council says no and does this correctly.
Or votes yes and does it correctly.
Okay, very good. So with that, any other discussion? Then we'll move to, oh yes, Councilor Stoddard.
The only thing I want to comment was there wasn't anybody for it as far as signed up on the list.
So there was not on the list, no.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, with that, then voting is open at this time. And all votes are cast, so voting is closed. And the motion does pass. So 4 in favor, 2 in opposition. Councilors, again, please, if you could respect the decorum. So we are going to go ahead and take a 10-minute recess at this time, and then we'll be back.
Sounds good.
We're going to go ahead and get started up again, so if you could go ahead and take your seat, we'll move on to our next agenda. On our new business, and this is a quasi-judicial public hearing, so this is for an annexation, annexation 24-2, PUD 24-1, and subdivision SUB 24-6, along with a development agreement, DEV 24-2. So this is for a request for Emery Sky subdivision as a planned unit development and a mixed-use project.
And then went back to the commission on October 23rd for a recommendation for approval. The project location is 37.67 acres located on the northwest corner of Moss Street and Lake Avenue. The project site is currently surrounded by single-family residential to the northwest and east, with undeveloped land to the south. The applications for an annexation of 16.25 acres of land with the initial zoning of R2, the parcel shown in yellow, a planned unit development with a preliminary plat for a subdivision included the parcel that's part of this application. All time extensions and applications for the original Ponderosa sub have since expired. The map on the left is the land that's covered by the development agreement, and the map on the right is the renewed plat that no longer included the project site. Tonight's request consisted of the applicant's proposal for annexation of the eastern parcel with medium-density residential and to keep the low-density residential on the western parcel. The purpose of the R1 zone is to provide areas by zoning procedures in accordance with the comprehensive plan that preserves and enhances single-family residential neighborhoods at a low-density standard. The purpose of R2 per acre. The proposed mixed-use planned unit development is permitted. The applicant is proposing a development consisting of 37.67 acres total. The project consists of a daycare along the frontage of Lake Avenue, 147 single-family homes, 7 duplex lots, and 24 fourplexes. The project as a whole has 1 commercial building and 259 residential units. This is a reduction of 4 units from the initial P&Z hearing on September 25th that resulted in the split vote. But then on the screen are the approved developments in the surrounding area. Public agencies were notified and asked to provide comments. They sent a letter stating that the development had outstanding balance, but that since has been paid, which a letter is also included in the packet stating that. And then ITD previously was not able to complete the review of the TIS for this project, but on November 13th, they did state that they no longer had further requirements or requests. And we have 2 public comments, a written comment from River Haymond. This letter is in opposition due to not wanting any more residential development in the area. And a written comment from Amanda McNutt, and the letter was in opposition due to concern that the TIS didn't address all intersections near the development. On October 23rd hearing, Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval for this application. And due to the applicant being a planned unit development, this allows for the request for flexibility within the city code requirements. The applicant's requesting the following: minimum lot size of 2,600 square feet, 5-foot interior side setbacks, lot frontage minimum of 26 feet. At the hearing on the 25th, again, the lot frontage was 22 feet for the minimum, and that was increased with the reduction of lots prior to the recommendation for approval from the commission. The following are the site-specific conditions from staff. Prior to approval of the construction drawings, the applicant shall identify adequate bike parking per city code 100205, table 4, for multifamily and the commercial uses within the development. At the time of the building permit review, all buildings shall meet the height requirements for the underlying zone. The intended use for Lot 3, Block 7 is a daycare, and under no circumstance shall be used for residential uses. If the applicant proposes another commercial use, it shall be required to comply with the current land use schedule. Approval of this application does not grant approval for any sites or signs or sign locations, and lots 2 through 8 of Block 5 may be used for duplexes. Staff recommends that if the council approves the request, that such requests are subject to the conditions as specified in the findings of facts, conclusions of law, and order of decision. Is compatible with the zones R1 and R2, which is what this development would be.
Perfect. And then, Rob, which zone for water is this? Mr. Mayor, Councilman Williams, this is Zone 2.
Okay, so.
And we fully expect that the infrastructure for the water system will be done before this development's building houses. However, we still put a note in their staff report with regards to the water use.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Register.
Just a quick question. The commercial part of this, do you know what they're looking at having there?
Yes, Mayor and Council Register, they are proposing a daycare.
So the whole commercial part is daycare
Yes,
area?
that is correct.
And then, do we, and maybe this is something I need to ask later, but when we, or when I first took seat on council, I asked for a list of how many doors were coming to Caldwell, and we haven't had an update in a couple of years. Can we get an update on that? Because at
Mayor
the
and
time
Council
it was like.
Register, I don't have that information with me right now. I don't know if.
You would, yeah, I wouldn't
Yeah.
expect that you would have it right now, but maybe, I guess I can ask Robin. I know at the time, a couple of years ago, we had almost 10,000 doors coming to Caldwell, and that was probably 2 or 3 years ago. So as we were adding in these projects, I'm kind of curious where we're at, if we're at 15,000, 20,000, before we continue to put in all this building.
Councilor Stoddard.
Yeah, Katie, on the previous slide, it said, there's a portion that said maybe duplexes. What's the maybe mean?
Yes,
Does it
Mayor
mean
and
that they could
Councilor
change their
Stoddard.
mind and
No,
build
so
fourplexes? or-
they are proposing those lots to be
Okay,
duplex lots.
So they're single-story duplexes.
For this property are very old. I think you
Yes.
said they started in like 2004. So they're outdated. Why do we have to terminate those? Are they just, don't they just fall off, or what's the?
Yeah, so Mayor and Council are all good, and has no correlation with that past development agreement in any way. Neither does this subdivision. So really, the development agreement doesn't, well, in this circumstance, doesn't expire unless we terminate it.
Oh, okay, so, and I think we've had this discussion several times, but so what qualifies them for a PUD versus a standard building process?
Yeah, Mayor and Council are all good. For a PUD, they have to meet 2 out of 5 requirements. Those either being variety of housing types, constrained sites, mixed use, which is one of the ones for this project, as well as the variety of housing types. So it kind of just depends. One of them's, preserving geological features, things like that.
Is this considered an infill project? You had a lot of lists, a lot of other, we got a lot going on out there, but this is not considered infill.
No, not in this circumstance.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, very good. That's all at this time, it looks
Thank
like.
you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we do have the applicant, Bonnie Layton. So Bonnie, if you'll come forward, if you could state your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Bonnie Layton with NV5. My address is 690 South Industry Way, Meridian, Idaho, 83642. And I'm here tonight on behalf of the owner and Trilogy Development to request your approval this evening of Emery Sky subdivision. This is a planned unit development, as Katie mentioned. A portion of the property needs to be annexed into the city. The DA modification, as Katie mentioned, is really more of a housekeeping item to clean up some old development agreement remnants. This portion that's already been annexed was part of a different development agreement. Those are since obsolete, so just as a housekeeping matter. And then also request for a preliminary plat. So with that, to get started, this property is located just west of Lake and just north of what will be the extension of Moss. And you can see on the screen here, the portion that's already annexed is annexed in as R1. The future land use map designates the unannexed portion as R2. And so from that is where we start with this project. As you can see to the north of us, we have a lot of R2, as well as to the south of us as part of the Charles at Karcher, which is a large PUD that was approved a couple of years ago. Here you can see just another image of the Caldwell city limits. The remaining parcel that's not been annexed is starting to become an enclave within the city as there's development on the west side of Lake Avenue. There's development to the west of us. And overall, the project is, let's see if I can get to there. Overall, our project is 37.67 acres. As I mentioned, you can kind of see this image shows the west side of the project, which is annexed in already. That's 21.42 acres. Regional transit and bus service to this location. That was one of the outstanding items that we were tasked with completing prior to coming before you all this evening. I spoke with Stephen Hunt with Valley Regional Transit. He's the Director of Development. And we had a great conversation. They don't have any current plans for service along Lake, but sometime in the future, if that were to take place, it would actually happen south of this, on the parcel south, due to the fact that at the intersection of Lake and Moss, we have a left or a right-hand turn lane as you're heading southbound. So with that, just to jump into the particulars of our project, as Katie mentioned, we've got a mix of different home sites. We've got 259 dwelling units in total. This is part of a planned unit development that really seeks to create a variety of housing types and living options. So in our southeast corner, we have fourplexes that would be a for-rent product. And then just north of that in the orange, we've got some townhome lots. The pink are some detached cottage homes, and I'll show you pictures of that shortly. And then we've got some narrow lot, single-family detached in the sort of the light pink color. The yellow along the western boundary, is single-family detached homes. And we really tried to make sure that we were buffering with what was happening at transitioning to the developments that are proposed to the west. And then up in our northeast corner, we have 7 lots that would be duplex lots. And to answer the question, these would be single-story duplex lots. They would have a bonus room above the garage, but they're meant to be single-story. Again, trying to respect the transition of what is happening with our neighbors to the east of us. As you enter in the project off of Lake Avenue, what you will see just to the south, it's in green. That is the location for the daycare center. We felt like this was a great location that's very walkable for the residents in the community, and maybe also residents around could use this facility. So it really creates a sense of place and community that's accessible for everyone. And during the Planning and Zoning Commission, the second meeting, we focused a little bit more on what those amenities were. They're in your packet as well. I'm happy to expand on those as need be, but we feel like there is, ample open space. We actually exceed the open space requirements, count by 4 to make those adjustments. And with that, I'll just flip through this quickly. So these are images of what we will build for the single family, the standard lots. This is the 36-foot wide lot product that we would build in this community. We've got some front-loaded townhomes that I've shown in this image and highlighted on the map. These are our cottage lots. Again, they're a smaller product, but they are detached. So we're really trying to serve a number of markets, a number of potential residents. These are our alley-loaded townhomes. And then these are what our fourplex units would look like. So very similar in architectural style to, to create some continuity throughout the community. But we really feel like will be serving a wide variety of citizens in the city of Caldwell. And so with that, it's, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Williams, that will be a pad site that will be available. We would like to have a daycare user. I don't believe it's the intent of this developer to operate. He's not in the business of operating a daycare, but that would be what that site is located for.
And so hypothetically speaking, nobody wants to operate a daycare. What do we do with that building then?
Councilman Williams, so as Katie mentioned in her presentation, so it would be zoned as a commercial piece, so there would be some uses that would be permitted on there and some that would be conditionally permitted, as long as great location for one.
Mr. Mayor, I got a couple more if I could keep rolling here. This is really kind of random and silly, but forgive me. In the packet, there's a pergola. Where's that at in this development? Do you know offhand? And if you don't?
I do know, yes, Councilman Williams. So it is, let's see, so it is to the, kind of the northeast of the two pickleball courts. And it says trellis with seating. And so on our landscape plans that we submitted, there's some keynotes in there, and it's in your packet as well, to see where all of the different amenities are located.
You nearly met every single requirement for this so that there would be absolutely no objection. Why the three, what are they called here? Lost my train of thought. You asked for three flexibilities. We were so close. Why not just do the setbacks? What gives that we can't have the setbacks the way they're supposed to be?
That's a great question, Councilman Williams. What we have found in developing projects all across the valley is really looking at what our homeowners like to see in these projects. And in order to have more usable yard in the backyard, for example, oftentimes the side yard setbacks become a wasteland that's just a maintenance issue, a weed issue, something that's not very usable. So we develop our products so that it fits a 5-foot side yard setback, easily complies with fire code, and then we're able to give that square footage that would otherwise be taken up that's not really usable into the backyard.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, if I could, I got a comment and then a suggestion, I guess. You did great on parking. I don't know if Councilor Doty picked this up, but with those alley load units, we've got the entire street across the front of those. You did great on parking, and I appreciate some of the thought to that. The only thing that kind of annoyed me a little bit, and I don't know how challenging or difficult or costly this would be, but especially on those multifamily, they're so straight across the front. I would love to see a little more offset in depth in some of that so that it doesn't appear to be so much of the college dormitory look. I don't know if that makes sense, but we see some buildings, and especially when we saw some of the renderings of the rears, it almost looked like it was straight across. And some of that offset goes a long way in providing something I think a lot more appealing to the eye, but I in general, I'm really happy with this product, and I appreciate what you brought to us today.
Thank you, Councilman Williams. As you'll see in these renderings, for example, the front-loaded townhomes, what we've done is we've sort of peeled back the landscaping so that you could see the elevations more clearly, but we believe that there are, that we do provide some dimension with the staggering, not only from unit to unit, but then also different gables and pop-outs on the, here we go, on the second floor to really try to break up those roof lines to create that variation as you go along the street. There's potential, we're showing some grasses in between the driveways. Could those be different type of vegetation that also helps sort of break that, that line up along the way. I built in a number of locations, and I believe it to be really attractive, and it reads maybe different than how these images are playing out just.
There, or am I missing it? Is there parking on the backside of that as well, meaning into the cottage, or no, it's all street and the overflow?
So Councilman Doty, so what we have there, these cottage lots are actually alley loaded. So they'll come with a one-car garage and then a concrete pad beside it. So they have the 2 parking spaces.
Okay.
They'll be alley loaded, and then of course there will be room on the street in front for parking that way.
I was just making sure that there was something in the back. All right, thank you.
Yep.
Councilman Allgood.
Yeah, Bonnie, what is the developer's responsibility? What will be happening at Lake and Moss intersection? What's your responsibility for traffic control?
All of our frontage improvements along Lake and along Moss, which Moss Street, as you know, does not extend west at this point of Lake. So we'll be responsible for that, a right turn lane as well as you're heading southbound to turn from Lake onto Moss. That will include 7-foot wide attached sidewalk, landscaping, and Rob, maybe you can step in on what that eventual intersection design will be. I do know, just for the record, that we scope our, before we start our TIS, we scope the project, the study, with staff to make sure that we're capturing all of the intersections and any other details that staff would like us to see. So, and with that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Allgood, that is a good question. Moss is a collector street, and so the intent initially would be that it would be a 2-way stop. Lake would have the right-of-way, and then Moss, certainly, especially now because it doesn't go all the way through, would have a stop sign. And then this type of intersection would be designed so that it could be built out in the future to have a traffic signal when it's warranted or when the intersection begins to fail.
Yeah, and the reason I'm asking is we already have substantial subdivisions on the other side of Lake and more to come. And so building out that intersection, I was just curious what the future plan was there.
Correct. And I will, Councilman, I will just note one more thing. The corridor to the north, Homedale, is part of our capital improvement project plan, and so we will have many projects going in to improve the traffic flow on Homedale. And then, as everybody is aware, ITD is beginning their Karcher project, and that's going to provide a traffic light, which there's already a traffic light there, but it's going to provide better connectivity east and west on Karcher to help traffic get out and travel east for work.
So just confirming, in the immediate future, it's just going to be a 2-way stop sign control?
Correct. 2-way stop sign on, the stop signs would be on Moss. Lake would continue to be a through.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Stoddick.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Bonnie, first of all, are these going to be ownership units, all of them, or are a combination of both, or?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Stoddick, so it will be a combination of both. There will be for sale. The fourplexes would be for rent, but I believe it's the intent to provide a for sale product as much as possible throughout the site. I mean, what's nice about this development is you can kind of grow into the community. So you might start out with renting one of the fourplexes and then move up into one of the smaller, narrower lots and conceivably then up into one of the larger single-family homes.
Okay.
So.
And the other comment I have, forgive me for picking on you, but as a taxpayer representative, I have to do this. Some of these projects that we have, like the daycare centers, what kind of annoys me a little bit, developers put things like that in there, making us believe it's going to go in, and when in fact they don't really intend to build it. So if they don't intend to build it, I'd sure like to have you change that, not just leave it in lingo. I don't know how you would do that, but Lord knows we need a lot more child care centers in the city than we have right now. We're way behind on that, but anyway, little deceitful in my opinion. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Dittenber.
Mr. Mayor, this might be a question for the applicant or for Rob, whoever wants to take a shot at this, but I see the property is bisected by some open space, some green area. And if you go back to the topographical map, it looks like there's some sort of a natural land division, maybe a canal, or is there a prescriptive easement for water there that you have to take into consideration with this development?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Dittenberg, that is correct. There's actually an irrigation easement in there, so we've had to develop the site around respecting that easement. It also, just as a side note, any part of that irrigation easement that runs north-south, it creates a great amenity for us. We have a nice pathway that really connects the community. But that's open space we don't get to count per the code, so we actually have even more open space than what we can quote as qualified open space. But you are correct, that's an easement that we've designed around and will maintain according to the irrigation district standards.
Okay, a follow-up question then.
Yeah.
So is that irrigation canal actively used for irrigation of agricultural land, either east or west of you?
I do believe it is. I mean, obviously, our mandate is always to make sure that that we do not interrupt the flow of water. So obviously, Pioneer Irrigation District has reviewed our plan, and we'll be piping this. It won't be open. I think it's open now. But it's our mandate to have to continue to convey the water. Yep.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
We do have two other people sign up to testify on this matter. Jean Credbring. So if you could state your name and address for the record, then you'll have 3 minutes.
Jean Craigbring. I'm opposed and addressing all the subdivisions on the docket tonight. I'm asking for a moratorium on building more subdivisions in Caldwell until we get our ducks in a row. Right now, Caldwell is the butt of jokes in the valley and on social media after the parking fiasco and not enough water on the south side. We do not have the necessary infrastructure in place to continue building subdivisions or apartments at warp speed. I implore you to concentrate on solving the water issue first. The closest fire station to service the entire south side of Caldwell is on U-Stick between 10th and Montana. However, let me share another prime example of needing infrastructure in place first. Last week, my husband and I were driving back from friends in Utah in separate vehicles because he was towing a tractor. When we got to Boise about 5:30 p.m., my husband was 3 miles ahead of me. I had to exit Eagle Road to retrieve my dog from doggy daycare. Of course, while I drove a mile off the interstate, paid, picked up the supplies, and loaded up my dog, my husband continued on ahead. I returned to the interstate at Meridian Road. When I called to see how traffic was, he was bogged down trying to exit at Karcher. He waited light after light after light, trying to head west on Karcher. I decided to exit on Franklin and go through Nampa to Orchard Avenue. Let me remind you, my husband was 3 miles ahead of me when I exited at Eagle Road. By going through town, I beat my husband home by 15 minutes because Karcher Road was a nightmare. Adding more subdivisions that need to feed onto Karcher Road is road rage and severe accidents waiting to happen, and we don't have the fire or police to deal with it. Right now, there is an estimate of at least 19,000 vehicles per day on Highway 55. There are 2,800 homes recently constructed or planned near the Karcher corridor. Each subdivision that comes before you estimates the number of vehicles anticipated to be added to the traffic flow. Karcher Road needs to be widened and finished so we can accommodate the increase in vehicle traffic. Please take a step back, declare a moratorium on subdivision or apartment construction, and work on our reputation. Get the water situation under control, have enough police and fire in place, and consider how all this massive building is going to impact the traffic within our community. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate that. Craig, Allison? So again, please refrain from the clapping, any commenting from. Okay, if you could just state your name and address for the record, then you have 3 minutes as well.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council members, I will apologize up front that I have spent 20 years in the military, so if I say yes or no, ma'am, it's just drilled into me, so I apologize if I do that. I live at 16771 Abram Avenue at the Windsor Creek subdivision right across this planned development. I do want to think of how I can get your attention in 3 minutes. So with that, I want to tell you something about myself. Like I said, I spent 20 years in the military. I have moved thousands of soldiers and sailors across different areas of the world. I have moved millions of pounds of cargo, choosing a direct path, whether it be aircraft or land. I have moved everything from airdropping a 155 artillery piece in the mountains of Afghanistan to actually moving human remains. So I know a thing or two about transportation needs. I am not an engineer. I'm not going to tell you how thick that concrete's going to be. But I've lived at Lake for 13 years, well, 17 years. The last 13 of them, Homedale was a mess. We've had dozens of accidents there over and over again. Now, just somebody coming out there looking at that thing could see that there's a giant tree right there that stops people from being able to see cars doing 40 down the lake. But it took them 13 years to figure that out. Why? I don't know. You have a brand new subdivision, KBH Homes, not KBH, but CBH Homes built one. They have a right turn lane built in for it. Somehow, magically, the highway department forgot to paint the right turn lane, so people are just driving into the right turn lane now. Why did they forget about it? It's right there in front of their faces. So what do we do about our transportation? Your staff has done a great job of actually telling you exactly what they need to do to get their stuff, to get their approval. But one thing they didn't do is tell you all the risks that you're going to have to accept and put your name on the line of what could happen if you approve this without fixing the infrastructure on the roadway. They forgot to tell you that, one, Lake Avenue is a very tight corridor. They have, part of it is unlit. Part of it doesn't have sidewalks. Part of it's not even a white line for the side of the road. So you have young mothers with carts pushing the kids along. You have young kids on the side of the road, literally walking on the road. They mentioned in some of their planning and zoning commission things that, hey, Walmart's right down the road that these people all can go to. That's just more traffic. So are you willing to risk putting those kids, those young mothers at risk of losing their life, for an extra subdivision? I'm not saying we don't have to have a subdivision. Let's just get the infrastructure there. I'm not asking them to put a roundabout at Homedale, right? There's 3 homes you gotta buy. That's a screw up that we made as a city long ago by not figuring that out. But we have space. They do have spaces to put a roundabout at Moss Lane. So we don't have to come back 10 years from now going, yep, we screwed up. Taxpayers got to pay for it now. They're taking their money and running. They're going back to Meridian. That's not a problem. That's not a problem for us. They do talk about, the staff talked about at Planning and Zoning Commission that they pay huge impact fees. Okay, well, if they want to publicize what their profit is going to be on this subdivision, go ahead. Then we can talk about that.
Okay, yes, thank you. Appreciate you coming down here tonight. Okay, so that is all that is signed up on this matter. So Bonnie, you have a chance for a rebuttal, and so you'll have 3 minutes for that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I've definitely been up here before you and before, as well as in other jurisdictions. And as I've testified and as I've worked in the city of Caldwell for a number of years now, I think Caldwell has done a fantastic job of creating a great community to live in and to attract businesses. I remember about 20 years ago, that wasn't really the case. I think Caldwell's come a long way, and I think it's because of the planning and the forward thought that you as city leaders have done, as well as the development community and the citizens of this great city. Infrastructure comes with, growing pains comes as development comes, but what I do want to say is we also create a lot of the infrastructure that doesn't currently exist. We will be expanding the development of lake along our frontages, which will provide safety for the residents in that area, as long as the western connection of, or extension of Moss Street. That all comes with projects like this. as the city grows and pieces like this become enclaves, we think it's really important to help provide the completion of that type of infrastructure. So anyways, we do believe that we've put together a project that really sets forth the goals and vision of the city based on the comprehensive plan and the zoning code. We've worked with your staff. They have been great, as always, to help guide us in the development of this plan. And again, I can stand for any final questions, and if not, I respectfully request your approval of our applications this evening.
Thank you so much, Bonnie.
you.
Appreciate that. Any questions before we close public testimony? Yes, Councilor Allgood.
Yeah, Bonnie, do you have any idea when Phase 1 would start? How soon? Say, I realize you have a long ways to go yet, but do you have any idea when the developer would start moving dirt?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Allgood, start moving dirt versus actually developing the site. I mean, we would still need to go through construction documents. Obviously, there's irrigation infrastructure. I would anticipate it would be mid to late next year at the earliest that we would even be able to. Obviously, we can't do anything in the irrigation district easement until after irrigation season. So there might be some things that we can do, but sticks in the air and people living in these homes, it's a ways out still. If that, that's a good enough answer.
That's pretty vague, but yeah.
I mean, a lot of it depends on just working through the construction document plans to submit for the civil design. Sometimes we run into issues. I mean, ideally, we would get those submitted within the next few months and get those approved. But yeah, it would be sometime mid to late next year to start moving dirt at the earliest.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Councilor Williams?
I move to close the public hearing.
Very good. So public testimony portion of that hearing, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
In a second? So all those in favor say aye. Aye. That motion passes, and that was from Councilor Williams with Councilor Doty with the second. Okay, thank you so much, Bonnie, for that. Do appreciate that, and staff. So with that, it now turns over to the hands of the City Council for your deliberation. Any questions available for staff as well? Councilor Williams.
Mr. Mayor, based on the finding facts and conclusions of law, I move that we approve case annexation 24-2, PUD 24-1, SUB 24-6, and development agreement 24-2, and include the conditions as specified in the staff report.
Good, so we do have a motion for approval. Do we have a second?
Second.
So we have a motion from Councilor Williams and a second from Councilor Dintber for approval of the request as noted in the staff report along with those conditions. Any discussion on that motion? Councilor Register.
Just quickly, I, again, am going to talk about the difference between responsible growth and growth. And so I agree that we need to figure this out before we continue to approve these big developments. I really hope that planning and zoning can show us where we're at as far as how many doors are coming to Caldwell so that we're all up to date, because it has been a couple of years. I hope that we can get the water situation fixed so that we're not telling people to build, but you can't build until you have water, and trying to keep up on all of that. I think it's been a little bit difficult not getting information in a timely manner, so I'm just of the opinion at this point that until there's more communication from City Hall, until we know what's going on exactly with the water, until we know exactly where we stand with our building, that we really need to be more responsible in what we're doing.
Thank you. Any other discussion on that motion? Okay, with that, voting is open at this time. And all votes are cast. Voting is closed. And that motion passes with 5 in favor and 1 in opposition. So that does approve that request. Is there a motion to close this public hearing item? So moved. And a second? So motion from Councilor Allgood with a second from Councilor Stoddard to close this public hearing. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes. And that moves us into our next item. Let's see if I can get to...
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Is it the sponsor of bill number 21, ordinance number 3583,
That is
for
correct.
annexation 24-2. I move to sponsor it.
Very good. Do we have a second? This motion from Councillor Williams with a second from Councillor Doty for approval, sponsorship of Bill number 21, ordinance number 3583, passage by title only, and approving the summary for publication. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, with that, voting is open at this time. And all votes are cast. The voting is closed, and that motion passes as well, 5 in favor and 1 in opposition. And that will now move us into item number 10. This is another quasi-judicial public hearing with lots of letters that I see here. So CPM, Comprehensive Plan Map Amendment 24-1, DEV 24-1 as well, Development Agreement PUD 24-2, Sub 24-11, and Zone 24-2. So this is for a request for Soterra subdivision, along with a development agreement, a rezone, and a planned unit development, what I can see on there, and a comprehensive plan map amendment, if I'm not mistaken. So with that, I will turn it over to you, Katie, for your presentation.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Katie Wright, Associate Planner, 205 South 6th Avenue. Before you tonight is Soterra. It was recommended for denial from the Planning and Zoning Commission on September 25th. And there were 5 late public comments as well as an updated landscape plan to address a condition, and all documents have been provided to you by email and a physical copy in front of you. I apologize. The project location is 38-acre parcel located on the southeast corner of Ustick and Kimball. The project site is currently surrounded by single-family residential in all directions with commercial along Ustick to the east. The applications before you tonight are for a comp plan amendment and a rezone for 9.09 acres shown roughly circled in black, the plat modification for the area shown in red, and a planned unit development and a development agreement modification for the whole site, approximately 38 acres shown in light blue. The site was annexed into the city in 2022 with a preliminary plat for 2 commercial lots, 15.79 acres with a zone of C2, and 22.2 acres of low-density residential with 60 single-family residential lots. The portion of low-density residential shall remain the same but will be included in the planned unit development. This proposal would change the 15.79 acres of commercial to 6.71 acres of commercial along the frontage of Ustick and add an additional 80 residential units with multiplex buildings. Tonight's request consists of the applicant's proposal for a rezone of 9.09 acres of the currently zoned C2 to the zone R2 medium-density residential. The 6.71 acres along Ustick will remain C2. The purpose of medium-density residential zone is to provide areas by zoning procedures in accordance with the comprehensive plan that provide medium-density residential development areas. Such zones are primarily located in older neighborhoods and adjacent to shopping, recreational, or cultural facilities. The proposed development is surrounded by low-density residential and county to the north, low-density residential to the south, county to the west, and community commercial to the east. Staff finds the R2 zone would provide a buffer between the low-density residential to the south and the commercial to the north. The map to the right shows the precise boundaries for these zones, the yellow being the proposed rezone from community commercial to medium-density residential, while the pink and the orange portions would remain their current zones of R1 and C2. The proposed comp plan designation for the central 9.09 acres is medium-density residential, and the development is consistent with that comprehensive plan zoning designation, and the proposed densities are in compliance with the comprehensive plan. Again, that map to the right would show the precise boundaries for that rezone. The proposed mixed-use planned unit development is allowed. The applicant is proposing a development consisting of 6.71 acres of commercial, 9.09 acres of plex buildings, and 22.2 acres of single-family homes, which that portion was originally approved and will be remaining the same. This would result in 6.71 acres of commercial and 80 medium-density residential units with 60 single-family lots. Since the P&Z Commission hearing, the applicant has reduced the request from 90 to 80 multiplex units, removing all sixplexes as well as reducing all building elevations from 3 stories to 2 stories in response to public comments. The applicant's requesting a development agreement modification for Sotera subdivision DA 2206, which shall be modified to reflect the proposed changes within this application request. The planned unit development code allows for 30% of special and non-permitted uses, and this project has about 22.1% of those. The proposed development is in compliance with all bulk standards for lot size, setbacks, frontage, and height of buildings. The applicant's asking for no dimensional waivers as allowed with the PUD code. And the proposed development project has been analyzed for compliance with city codes and policies, and the staff finds that the proposed development is in compliance with parking and landscaping requirements, size, land use, design, and amenity requirements, and all of their zoning and subdivision ordinances. On your screen are the approved developments in the surrounding area. Public agencies were notified and asked to provide comments. Highway District 4 did provide comments to consider, and the Caldwell School District expressed concern for safe walking routes to schools and the future capacity due to the growing development in the area. We received 15 public comments, all in opposition and 1 letter in support. 5 of those were late exhibits that have been provided in front of you. And then Colliers sent a letter stating that overly dense commercial developments are problematic because typically some of the tenant spaces remain vacant, and that increasing the residential around the commercial area is preferred. This was also a late exhibit that has been provided to you. On September 25th, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended these applications for denial because they did not believe the request to rezone and modify the comp plan designation was appropriate for this area. If approved, the site-specific conditions are as followed. At the time of the final landscape inspection, wayfinding and directional signage compliant with MUTCD requirements shall be installed along the public pathway, along with all required landscaping and fencing as required by Caldwell City Code and the 2040 Bike and Pedestrian Plan. If the irrigation district will not allow certain plantings, a letter from the district will be required, and all plantings shall be relocated to another location within the development. And prior to city council, the applicant shall submit an updated landscape plan with the following changes: sod ground cover on the landscape, the parking lot islands, and street landscape buffers along Ustick Road and Kimball Road shall be bermed per the PUD code. A late exhibit of a new landscape plan was submitted, and this does show the sod ground cover, but doesn't address the berms. Staff would recommend modifying this condition to say prior to approval of the construction drawings for Phase 2, the applicant shall submit an updated landscape plan showing berms that meet the PUD code along Ustick Road and Kimball Road. The original DA has a condition that states commercial shall be the only use in the portion of the development to preserve the corridor for business uses as called out in the comprehensive plan. Staff has concerns that some of the commercial acreage being residential, as the previous DA specifies, and conditions address preserving the commercial area of this development. The council shall determine if you want to replace the commercial acreage with the multifamily use. And staff recommends that if the council approves the request, that such requests are subject to the conditions as specified in the findings of facts, conclusions of law, and order of decision. And I stand for questions.
All right, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Councilor Doty.
We kind of went through it fast, but I saw that sod ground cover was on there and then it was lined out. So is it lined out or is it on there?
Mayor and Councilor Doty, yes, so I believe you're referring to
It's back right there.
this one. So the previous condition read as it shows on this screen right here, showing that. Here, it's just what staff would propose if you were to approve this application to modify the condition to state this, because the late exhibit for the landscape plan that was provided to you does show the sod ground cover, but it doesn't address the berms. So essentially what I'm just showing is that the strikeout would be removed and it would be moved to prior to construction drawings. They would provide an updated landscape plan that addresses the berming.
Do you know why they would prefer sod ground covers versus rock or something like that? Oftentimes those areas are flooded or they don't look very well, people getting out, stepping on it, versus some sort of different substance, let's just put it that way.
Mayor and Councilor Doty, As of today, the code directly calls out sod, but there is an option for an alternative method in the landscape islands, in the parking lots. So that is an option. That is just how the code reads at this moment in time.
Yeah, sod sounds good, but it doesn't often look very good after a short period of time. And then the C2 that's currently in our comp plan, what is the new comp plan say that area should be?
Mayor and Councilor Doty, the new comp plan calls out for this area to be community center, which does allow for R2 and C2 within this area.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Counselor Allgood.
Yeah, Katie, would there be anything that would have prevented this developer from just continuing with the R1 and putting single-family housing in here instead of the multifamily?
So Mayor and Councilor Allgood, the kind of bluish purple portion is the portion that is single family, and that is staying single family. What's in the red is where they're proposing the multifamily, and that originally was approved as commercial.
Yes, I'm aware of all that. I'm
Okay.
just my question is, instead of requesting multifamily there,
Yes.
can the developer just continue with the blue-purple and move on up with single-family instead of the high density or medium density?
Mayor and Councilor, they could do that within the R2. They could do any of the permitted land uses there, which is single family. With what they're proposing and the amount of buildable lots versus units, essentially they're asking for that extended density there. But it would be a permitted use to do single family, if that is what you're asking.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Counselor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Katie, my question is really almost to repeat what Councilor Allgood just said. The variance is what is challenging to me here. Had they just continued with that R1 in this area, I think I'd have less heartburn over this. And I'm still a little in the gray how the commercial fits into all of this too. That was already zoned commercial because it's along U-Stick, so it was already C2. That's not the zone change request, is that correct?
Mayor and Councilor, that is correct. So the green portion that's right there is already zoned commercial. I believe it was 2022 they came through for their approvals for this development. That and the red portion was all zoned commercial. They're gonna keep that green portion up there commercial, and they're just requesting the rezone for the red.
Yeah, I'm struggling.
Counselor Register.
I want to, trying to refresh my memory a little bit. This was a CBH project, right? Or no?
Mayor
Not?
and Council Register, I am not sure about.
Okay, because I do remember, though, I think I remember this case where was this one where they were dropping in the subdivision and there was a lot of people that came out against it by Bear Lane, right? Or not it? Different one? Okay. Okay, never mind. But I still have the same question. So if I'm understanding this correctly, and I know you've explained it a couple of times, this developer initially was going to do commercial on the north and then single family in the south, and now they want to add a multifamily in the middle of it. Is that basically right?
Correct, Mayor and Council Register, they essentially would just be decreasing the amount of commercial, and where that commercial was, they are proposing multifamily.
And the Planning and Zoning Commission voted unanimously against this.
Mayor and Councilor, they did recommend denial unanimously.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's kind of one of the problems I feel like we have when developers come in with their plans and they get the approval and then they try to change it later. It's just, it's really difficult to then all of a sudden say we want to put more apartments in right there.
Counselor Stoddard.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Katie, ditto to what the rest of the councilors said also, in my opinion, that when you look at the Cumberland subdivision there, it doesn't even come close to matching something like that. It actually, I think, would diminish the value of that, the homes in there, so it doesn't match. Thank you.
Councillor Dittenber.
Katie, thank you. I see you nodding your head because you're looking for a question rather than a bunch of comments. So, so my question is somewhere along the line, the developer came with this proposal that met the muster of the city, and it was approved. And so now, for whatever reason, in the last 2 years, it either doesn't pencil or it doesn't financially play out for them, and so they want to change their mind.
Mayor and Councilor Dittenber, with conversation with the applicant, they will be able to speak more on this. I believe they didn't feel that the market lined up with this.
So part of the area that they want to rezone is zoned commercial. So they're talking about a small rezone only.
Yes, Mayor and Councilor, so it would be approximately 9.09 acres of the original 15 point some acres that was commercial, and then about 6.7 acres would remain commercial, that being along Ustick.
And maybe you've already answered this question, but the way we put our comp plan together and the way we like residential to flow into commercial, this would be a typical type transition from low density to a medium density to commercial. That's the natural flow of the way we want something built.
Mayor and Councilor, typically that would be correct. They are requesting a comp plan amendment with this one just so that their zone can line up, but essentially what the new proposed plan that Councilor Doty was addressing earlier, it does propose a community center type designation, which would allow for both zones.
Okay.
Okay, that's all the questions that I see for the moment.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we do have 3 people signed up in favor. So Becky, first, so if you could just state your name for the record and then your address, and then as the applicant's representative, you will be given 10 minutes for your testimony.
All right, thank you. Good evening. My name is Becky Izagiri. I'm with Ardura. My address is 1144 South Silverstone Way, Suite 300, Meridian, Idaho 83642. So good evening. I'm here to present a preliminary plat modification for phases 2 and 3. Oh, get my presentation up.
And it does appear that our countdown clock is not functioning, so I'll let you know when you have a minute left so it doesn't surprise you.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I'm here to present preliminary plat modification for phases 2 and 3 of Sotera subdivision. The site's located south of Ustick between 10th and Bear Lane. The proposed project is strategically positioned amidst various up-and-coming developments, including single-family, multifamily, and commercial retail spaces. It's designed seamlessly to integrate with the lower densities to the west, south, and the higher densities to the east. The Sotera subdivision was originally improved with R1 and C2 zoning designations to include 60 single-family lots and 3 large commercial lots. However, after 3 years of unsuccessful attempts to attract commercial buyer, the developer decided to pursue an alternative strategy. The feedback from the potential commercial buyers highlighted that the commercial lots located far from the road and lacking traffic visibility were less desirable. This prompted a modification to the preliminary plat, incorporating a mix of commercial and higher density residential areas to make the site more appealing to commercial investors. Our initial proposal to P&Z featured 34 commercial lots and 90 townhome-style units consisting of 4, 6, and 8-plex buildings ranging from 2 to 3 stories. After hearing the feedback from the commissioners and the nearby residents, we've revised the design. We've eliminated 10 units, replaced the 6-plex and 8-plex buildings with 2, 3, and 4-plex configurations, and removed the 3-story units and replaced them with 2-story buildings. This adjustment reduced the number of residential units from 90 to 80, and also reduced the density down from 9.23 to 8.8 units per gross acre. We are also proposing 34 commercial lots. That's 34 business opportunities for salons, coffee shops, and so on. This is a proposed phasing plan for Soterra subdivision. Phase 1 construction drawings and final plat have been approved by engineering and city council. Phase 1 is zoned R1 and includes 60 single-family lots and features fully constructed amenities such as a pathway along the canal, pickleball courts, a playground, and a shelter with picnic tables. Phase 2 is requesting a zoning designation to R2 to accommodate 80 two-story townhome units designed in 2, 3, and 4-plex configurations across 9.9 acres. This phase will also include a playground and complete frontage improvements on Ustick Road. Phase 3 proposes a commercial development spanning 6.71 acres with an existing zoning designation of C2. It consists of 34 commercial lots and will feature a soccer field as a community amenity. The overall density of all 3 phases is 3.67 units per acre. Each phase will comply with the planned unit development as well as the R1, R2, and C2 zoning requirements as outlined in code. The comprehensive plan and future land use map show the parcel as business. We seek to amend the comprehensive plan and future land use map to accommodate 9.9 acres of medium density residential. This request is consistent with the comprehensive plan. It supports the city's long-term goal of creating commercial corridor along Ustick while creating a softer transition between the business designation and the lower densities to the south. This development is well aligned with the City of Caldwell's comprehensive plan, emphasizing the importance of creating a compatible transition between different land uses. This redesign drastically reduces the potential conflicts such as commercial lighting, noise from delivery trucks, garbage, and other odors. This design promotes a gradual transition that protects the quality of life in nearby residential areas and supports the business growth, fulfilling key comp plan goals like minimizing land use conflicts, ensuring orderly development, and increasing neighborhood connectivity, and providing a variety of housing types. In addition to aligning our proposal with the current comprehensive plan, we have also included growth and design elements from the newly proposed plan. The new comprehensive plan designates this area as a community center, a low to mid-intensity commercial hub, allowing residential densities of 8 to 15 units per acre with buildings ranging from 2 to 5 stories. Our current proposal includes a residential density of 8.8 units per acre with 2-story buildings. The new plan emphasizes integration into residential areas, transitioning from higher to lower densities, which aligns with our proposal. If this proposal is denied, compliance with the new comp plan will result in a similar proposal, but with higher densities and taller buildings. Maybe. Oh, cool. We are also requesting a rezone of 9.9 acres to R2. The R2 zone will allow a gradual transition between low density and commercial use. The R2 zone will also make it easier to attract commercial businesses due to retail and restaurants requiring higher densities. The townhome-style multiplex buildings will feature 2 different product types with open layouts and sleek modern amenities. Each home has a spacious 2-car garage and driveway, providing ample space for parking and storage. These units will be high-end, for-rent townhomes with no individual lot lines. The first product type is front-loaded, with the garages positioned at the front of the house and the front door facing the street. The second type is a rear entry design where the front door opens into a common area and the garage opens onto the street. Both the layout and the 2 different product types will enhance the community feel and minimize the visual impact of garages to make the development more visually appealing. These homes will provide a much-needed housing for those who can't afford to purchase a home in Caldwell. These homes are geared towards young professionals, nurses, firefighters, police officers, city staff, teachers, healthcare workers, and so on, who don't want to live in traditional apartment complex and want a higher quality lifestyle from the traditional multifamily development. This development proposes 34 commercial units, including 2 larger pads for a restaurant or a drive-through. The landscape and layout for phases 2 and 3 are thoughtfully designed to meet the needs of Cumberland Estates neighbors and future residents of Phase 1. Along the southern boundary of Phase 2, we've included a 17-foot landscape buffer on the south side of Sotera Ave, a 30-foot buffer on the east side, a 57-foot buffer from the eastern property line to ensure privacy for the Cumberland Estates residents. These buffers provide an attractive green space for townhome residents and a quiet landscape barrier for Phase 1 homes backing to Phase 2. The design also emphasizes connectivity, open space, with 18% of the area dedicated to open space, 6 micropaths, a major pathway along the Phyllis Canal. In addition to the amenities in Phase 1, Phases 2 and 3 offer a soccer field and playground to those living in the community. I just want to highlight the substantial open space this development provides. We are nearly doubling the PUD requirement of 10% and offering 18% qualifying open space. This redesign demonstrates our commitment to creating a community where people truly want to live. So the townhome style, the townhome style multiplex buildings will be equipped with 2-car garage and a driveway, providing a total of 224 parking spaces. In addition to this, there will be 22 guest parking stalls and 40 bike parking stalls. The commercial area will have 156 parking stalls in total, 8 ADA stalls, 2 electric vehicle stalls, and 24 bike parking stalls.
You have 1 minute left.
Thank you. So let's see. So Caldwell currently has a housing density of only 5.1 dwelling units per acre, while many businesses such as grocery stores, Home Depots, Targets, hospitals prefer densities closer to 7.8 dwelling units per acre to attract these desirable commercial services. Caldwell must increase its housing density. Attracting commercial services involves more than just providing the space. It requires factors like foot traffic, drive-by visibility, market saturation, demographic diversity. This redesign for phases 2 and 3 addresses the needs by increasing density, enhancing foot traffic, and improving drive-by visibility, creating a more attractive environment for commercial development. If you look in your packet, you'll find a letter from the commercial broker with more than 2 decades of commercial real estate experience in Caldwell. He explains that the concentration of commercial space will be limited with destination office and medical facilities as the primary focus. However, these uses still depend on a robust infrastructure, established traffic patterns, and high road visibility. He goes on to say that similar development called Willow Falls Commercial Park still has a vacant commercial lots nearly 20 years after its initial development.
So that would wrap it up. So you could just,
Yep.
one last comment and wrap it up.
Yep. Thank you. So this redesign aims to create a safer, more compatible community by providing a nice buffer between the commercial and the low density to the south. We've listened to the public, we listened to planning and zoning, and we've reduced the number of units. We've gotten rid of the 3-story. And we feel that this development aligns with the comprehensive plan and complies with the zoning standards. And we thank you for your time and stand for questions.
Okay, thank you so much. Councillor Williams.
Yeah, this one's a little bit of a struggle for me. These townhomes are a for sale product?
They are for rent.
They're for rent?
Yes.
What are they projecting them to rent out, or is that to be determined based on the market when they're built?
Yep, the developer's here, so he can speak to that a little bit better.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
So I feel like the city has created a conundrum here, because that whole depth of property there being C2 doesn't make sense even to me, and I'm no developer. But what to do with that now is the problem. Was there any other consideration besides this?
Well, we feel like this makes the most sense in looking at both comprehensive plans. We were looking at, I was working with staff and looking at the newly proposed comp plan, and it does want that higher density there and then transitioning into the commercial. So we thought that would be the best use.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I'll go ahead and ask one. So the new comp plan that may be passed, if she wasn't asking for a change, it wouldn't even need to come here, is that correct? It would just pass and be sent forward? Because it would qualify under the new comp plan, right?
Mayor and Councilor Doty, yes and no. Essentially, the uses line with the zoning more, I guess, one for one. And so the zones that they are proposing with that C2 and that R2, if that new comp plan were to be approved, they wouldn't have to do a comp plan amendment. And it would line up with the goals of the proposed comp plan, if that answers your question. Okay, yeah.
Okay. Okay, very good. That's all the questions I see. Thank you so much. Brent Thompson, so if you could please come forward, and if you could state your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes, and I believe we're still not working on the clock, so I'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining, and then you could wrap it up at that point.
Thank you. Brent Thompson, 7068 Founder Street, Eagle, Idaho. I congratulate the city on this beautiful new building. We met last December when we approved, you approved our project unanimously of Karcher Commons. In that project, we had the exact same townhomes that we had here when the feedback from the council members were that they're very high quality, very excited about the different elevations and so forth. And so we merely substituted those products here on our project here at Soterra. And so just wanted to put that out there. I also wanted to thank you for approving our Tuscan Ridge project earlier this evening. This project that we're doing over at Karcher Commons, we're providing 20 acres of commercial space. We have a 120,000 square foot user coming into that space. We're feverishly doing the CDs. But with all that coming, we still have difficulty in attracting certain businesses to that location with Karcher, with a future 7-lane roadway in front of us. The problem with this site is I bought it back in 2019, and back then your comp plan actually was exactly how it is. It would fit perfectly how it was in the old 2019 plan that was then changed in February 2020. The new comp plan that's coming up, this plan would fit the new plan. It's just that somebody along the way, I don't know what the history of it, but just kind of drew a straight line on the new comp plan in 2020 and just said, let's make this all commercial through here. The problem is with the frontage that we have, and you've all seen the bulb that comes around there from the canal, there's just not enough frontage, and the depth, there's just nobody that wants to be that far deep commercially. We also have the challenge where the city required us, which I agree with, had to align with Kimball. So you notice we have this street that comes straight down and then does a 90-degree and so forth. That eliminates any kind of bigger box user or any kind of anchor there. So we have provided 34 commercial spaces, and if any of us could think of 34 businesses in the city that could be in one location, we feel that's sufficient commercial to put there. It's neighborhood commercial, it fits the design. There's only so many dentists, so many hair salons, so many coffee shops that we can put there. And if we were to make that all commercial, you could take that 34 and more than double it. And it just doesn't make sense to have that all commercial. We're trying to follow the city's comp plan, we've read it, we're doing design. It's difficult when we have so much contention here about it, I understand that. It's hard to make tough decisions as council members. You guys have been beaten up tonight from other applications. I'm grateful for you guys and your time and service, regardless of how you vote. I just want you to know we appreciate your time, your effort, and your time away from your families in serving the community. I really do. You hear a lot of snickering and cheering back here, and it's difficult after having a wonderful Thanksgiving to hear just the upset. People get so upset about things. We're just trying to do a good job for the city. We're working with engineering on the well on Karcher Commons, solving the water problem. We have a memorandum of understanding that we're working with Mr. McDonald and the engineering staff. We are a big part of the city. We own over 200 plus acres. We're here. We don't own any debt on any of our properties. We just want to be a good developer and a good contributor to the city of Caldwell. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you so much. We have one person signed up in neutral, Mr. King. You still? Oh, actually, you know what? This is probably where he signed up. There we go. The mystery has been solved. So that's where he was at. So okay, so we'll put that one to rest. Okay, so we do have a lot of people signed up in opposition. So we would ask, as we go through this again, we would ask for respect to be shown on both sides. So if you do agree with someone, please refrain from clapping, cheering, anything of that nature. We do want to, again, keep that decorum of this meeting, and we just ask for you to please respect that when you do come forward. And as I mentioned, there are a lot of people to come. So if you could, again, our clock is down, so I apologize. So we'll have to let you know when you have that 30 seconds left. But if you could keep it very concise, we would appreciate it, as it's getting late in the hour in that regards. And again, please avoid repeat testimony. If you do just want to state that you agree, give a thumbs up from where you're at. We'd appreciate that as well. And the council will take note of that up here on the dais on that regard. So we'll begin with Mr. Scott Tillman again. So Scott, if you'll please come forward. Again, state your name and address for the record, and I will do my best to keep track and let you know where we're at.
I'll keep it short.
Okay.
Scott Tillmont, 4520 Equinox Avenue, Caldwell. We just spoke earlier about the need for commercial retail amenities, and now we're giving it away again. We keep rezoning all of our commercial to high-density residential. We did that on 10th and U-Stick, where we have the cookie-cutter apartments that just went up, that everybody was complaining about, that look like monopoly houses. That was all supposed to be commercial. That went high-density residential. We're losing those. Secondly, the only big problem I have with these kind of high-density duplexes is they've all been rentals. Everyone says we keep needing rentals. We just did an infill project at U-Stick and Lake. All rentals, 490 units. That's not including all of the other rentals in the apartments and the PUDs that we've been approving up and down U-Stick. I know the new comp plan is supposed to have a mix of high density and commercial. Where's the mix? We have Walmart. That's it. There's no other commercial outside of the boulevard. I even asked during our workshop for the new comp plan, was there going to be a mix? Apparently they were supposed to say, yeah, we wanted to have a mix. That's the goal. We're not getting to that goal. So I agree with planning and zoning. We don't need to change this right now. And even if this was with the new plan, I would ask to not accept it. We need the retail. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Jean. So again, please refrain from clapping. Did Jean Credbring?
She signed up on the
Oh, okay. Mr. Rice, if you'll please come forward. And again, if you could state your name and address for the record, and then if you could keep it to 3 minutes, I'll let you know when you got 30 seconds left.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Jim Rice, 225 Appalachian Street, Caldwell, Idaho. I'm just in Cumberland. What's interesting about this to me is this is not a soft transition. This takes what was a fairly soft commercial that got approved, that was community commercial, and turns it into as harsh as you can get in 2 stories. That's not a transition. That's not a soft transition. That's not what's contemplated even in the new comp plan that's proposed that may be approved. In fact, it's pretty rough on what is one of the better neighborhoods in Caldwell. We've had a problem for decades going back that we were a bedroom community. We've been moving a long ways away from that, trying to get a good mix of types of commercial and residential. And the plan that was approved 2 years ago does that. This proposed change doesn't do that. I personally, wouldn't mind if they did a little more R1, but I also think we need more commercial along that corridor. The way it was approved before makes a lot of sense. It wasn't approved for big box stores right there on the front of this one. It wasn't ever intended to be. This council at the time asked for assurances that this commercial would actually get built on the whole 15 acres. They were given that assurance. Now we're back. And if you look, and when I look at this, it's a phase 2 and a phase 3. And the phase 3 is the commercial. That gets pushed off down the road for another, maybe, request to turn that into high-density residential too, all the way up to U-Stick. That's what it looks like to me. And it's not something that fits the neighborhoods that are right around it. It's not got soft transitions. It just doesn't fit. And I would ask you to reject this. And I'd stand for any questions.
Very good. Okay, I don't see any questions. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. David Kroll, I believe. And if you could state your name and address for the record, then also you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. David Kroll, 4521 Pine Mountain Avenue. I'm in the Cumberland Estates subdivision. I oppose this proposed rezoning. I'd like to see, I didn't see where any type of fiscal analysis was done for the long-term effects that the residential may cause on this with respect to additional police and fire response. I'm concerned with the cut-through traffic that we may experience through our subdivision. There's one way out of this division of the development, and especially with the additional units of the multifamily going in, I think that would tend to possibly split the traffic. And along with Kimball not being fully developed, the segment of Kimball looks like it's a half-section street through there. That should be fully developed if council desires to consider rezoning this, approving the rezoning request. I'm concerned with the water utility, that the additional residential units will consume more water than the existing commercial, and the effect that that would have on our water supply and water pressure. So I would respectfully request, if the council's desire is to approve this rezoning, that they get a physical analysis, a traffic study, potentially consider a traffic signal at Kimball and Ustick, a second driveway on the westerly side of the development to provide an additional access way for the multifamily, so as to reduce the potential for cut-through traffic through the Cumberland Estates subdivision. I stand for questions.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I do not see any questions, so thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Next on the list is Brian, I think it's Bartler. And if you could state your name and address for the record as well, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Brian Bartley. Live at 4618 Gap Creek Avenue in the Cumberland Estates subdivision. Most of what I wanted to talk about's already been hit by the last couple of speakers, but this proposal was approved years ago, and the proposal was perfect the way it was. No one had an issue with it. Now all of a sudden, the developer can't get commercial in here. Well, you just bragged about how much you're bringing into Carter Commons down the road. Use your ability. Don't now change this because times are difficult. What we're asking, especially with Cumberland Estates and the surrounding areas, instead of making this multiplex homes and rental style homes, keep this as R1 if you're going to change it from commercial. Keep this as low density. Stop impacting Cumberland Estates and the surrounding areas, especially our home values. The median home price in Cumberland Estates today is $625,000. I understand it wasn't that when the original plan was proposed. I'm not saying make $600,000 and $700,000 houses in there. Don't put rental style multiplexes in there though. The amount of traffic that's coming through into Cumberland Estates already, and there's not even houses in there yet. Between work trucks who have been asked multiple times not to use Cumberland Estates, but to enter from Ustick Road, or they come up the Phyllis Canal Access Road from Laster Street, kicking up dust, dirt, and all kinds of other debris in our backyards. My concern is traffic through that neighborhood is going to destroy Cumberland Estates. It's going to destroy the quiet nature that we have and that we enjoy. Caldwell School District had a representative here at the Planning and Zoning hearing back in September, and they said, don't worry, the school district owns property across the street, we can build another school. How long is that going to take? That's years. That's not months away. Caldwell School District is overwhelmed as it is. They had to rezone. They closed an elementary school due to funding issues. They're looking to relocate a high school because the building is a disaster. I know for a fact. I worked at it for 2 years. There are infrastructure problems all over the place. What we need on the south side of Caldwell right now is commercial establishments. We have one commercial establishment on that side of Caldwell. We have a Walmart neighborhood market. What else do we have there? A Maverick gas station. That's it. There's no kinds of restaurants. There's no kinds of amenities on this side of Caldwell. Keep the commercial. If we're gonna rezone it to low-density family. Keep it as a single family. That's all we're asking. We're not asking for anything out of line. This was approved originally. Leave it as it is.
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you. I applaud the developer for wanting to be a part of the Caldwell community. But if you want to be a part of the Caldwell community, listen to the Caldwell community. Listen to the residents, what we are asking for. That's all we're asking. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate that. Shelley King? Is our clerk working again? Okay, very good. Okay, please state your name and address.
My name is Shelley King, and I live at 4513 Pine Mountain Avenue in Caldwell in the Cumberland Estates. And so a lot of what you've already heard is exactly my feeling. But we purchased our home and had it built in 2016. My husband and I specifically looked at the comprehensive plan that was in place at the time we built our home, and that was zoned commercial. So we knew that there weren't going to be any R2, residential townhomes or anything behind us because of the commercial zoning. So I'm with everybody else, and most of the people in this room are from Cumberland Estates. And so when you do all that planning as a homeowner, and then you come in and all of a sudden, what was approved by and for Soterra at the last council meeting 2 years ago, and now there's a change. That's what we're fighting, is the change. Leave it R1, low residential and commercial. That's what we're asking for. I stand for questions.
Good, thank you so much.
You bet.
Okay. I don't see any questions, thank you. David Spence? And same if you could just state your name and address for the record, and then you have 3 minutes.
David Spence, 4623 Gap Creek Avenue in the estate. Basically, everything's been said that I was going to say. Just wanted to remind you all that the Planning Commission unanimously voted not to permit this because it does not fit with the master plan that was planned years ago. So that is the worst thing. Also, the density, as you just said, is the people coming through the neighborhood would be very hard. I think it's about it, really. Oh, the infrastructure, of course. There are so many other units going up around, condominiums and everything, everywhere, that even, I've only lived here a year and a half. And in that time, I have to go along Karcher. The traffic has increased, a huge amount. And you put more of these places in like this, and I'm not just talking about this particular development, but any like it, it's just going to be impossible to do anything. I think what you need to do is really get together and work on seriously fixing our infrastructure. And I hope you'll vote no on allowing this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, appreciate it. Bruce Davis? Again, just state your name and address and then 3 minutes.
Yeah, my name's Bruce Davis. I live at 4413 Pinnacle Place in Cumberland. Yeah, and what everybody else is talking about is very true. We bought our house in 2018, and one of the things that drew me there is I seen flags everywhere, American flags, military flags. And I realized this was could be a retirement area. And what do we have? We probably have 75% of the people who live there are retired, and probably 70% are military. So a lot of them bought for the same reason, didn't even know why they were going there, but they were drew to it. If you've never been in Cumberland Estates, you would understand what I'm talking about. The lawns are pristine. Everybody's flowers are just perfect. I mean, we take care of our lawns. And if we end up getting another 200 to 300 cars coming through our subdivision daily from this, think what that's going to do to our subdivision. The people over here on Gap Creek, they're going to get it the worst. I live on a cul-de-sac in the middle of the subdivision, but it will affect me. You know, when I go to leave or whatever, you're going to have a lot of cars traveling. And unfortunately for me and my age, I don't have any teenagers at home. Nothing against teenagers, but when they get cars, they drive fast. Some adults do too. But the people within the subdivision really take care of what they have. So, I mean, I think it was about 4 years ago, before COVID, Linda and I, we walked the subdivision in January, and we garnered 130 houses, signed a petition to get Patera to do the subdivision behind us in homes that matched ours. And at that time, it was agreed that they would do commercial up on the other end. And so that's why we signed off on it, all of us. And that's kind of where it went. And now, of course, this year comes around, and my big worry is, if you vote yes on this, you're going to take that little 9.6 acres or whatever it is. What's going to stop a developer from going right down behind Walgreens and say, well, you did this here, why don't you do it down there? What's going to stop a developer from doing that? And pretty soon the people who live on Appalachian, they'll have 2- and 3-story apartments behind them. And you know, there was a developer that tried to put 22 apartment buildings on that lot behind Walgreens. And the people of the subdivision fought that, and the developer walked away. So sometimes you got to listen to the people in the subdivision.
All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Linda Davis. And again, if you could state your name and address, and then you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Linda Davis, and I live at 4413 Pinnacle Place, also in the Cumberland Estates area. So mostly I want to talk about the safety issue that I have, because I feel that more traffic into our area makes it less safe for us. We have people that are between 70 and 90 taking walks in our neighborhood, walking with their dogs, out exercising. We head to the pool that way. So we are all very, very close. We bike in our neighborhood. We want to feel safe on our streets. We love our neighborhood. We're very much in tune to what's going on in it, and we all know our neighbors. And to me, that makes the community. It makes it tight. We have our potlucks together. Everybody that heads that way wants to be safe, whether it's dark or light out. And that's one of my main concerns. Having extra traffic that's going to go through and use us as a shortcut, or even walk into our area and totally overwhelm it, is scary to us. We're a lot older than the normal subdivision, and yet we're not a 55-plus community. So to me, that is so important. Keep what we have, preserve it as it is. And I'm not against having lots of commercial into the area. I know commercial must be hard to get in there, but still, to have it bigger and to have a more of a type of a restaurants there, and to have something that we can look forward to walk to go to a very small grocery store like a Cliff's would be so much better than having it all high density or even medium density. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate it. Jean Birch. Do you agree with all of that? And same with Bob? Jean and Bob? Okay, so both of you agree with that. Unitas? I think I got that last name wrong. You can correct me. You come up. So
How did you mention, how do you pronounce it?
Unitas?
You're good.
Hey, thank you.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, again, my name is Walter Unitas. I live at 4522 Yellow Creek Place, Caldwell. I'm in the Cumberland Estates, like most of these people behind me. I'm trying to wipe out everything that everybody's been talking about, but what I have left is, first, everybody here hopefully has children, grandchildren. You're going to wonder, where the heck are they going to live? You want them to live near you? Okay, that's fine, where you can find a place. This is going to be your trouble. Where are they going to live? Houses are beautiful, apartments are nice, where you're going to put them, that's your problem. But my big problem here is, where are they going to work? They have to work somewhere nearby, otherwise they're going to have problems. They have to shop nearby. They have to get money for these stores. Where are they going to go? Right now we go to Nampa, unless you live near a Walmart, and Walmart loves us because they're the only ones around. It's true. If you left here right now and went to Costco, it would take you 13 minutes if you took the freeway, if the freeway is in good shape. Now, it should be, it's late. If you are taking the back way, it'd take 18 minutes, which no one is taking at this hour, unless everyone decides the traffic on the freeway is bad. You're not going to get there really quick. If you take Karcher, forget about it. It's worse at certain times of the day, like morning, evening, lunch hour, so on and so forth. Now I'm hearing that, this is a little bit beyond what we have here, of course, that they're going to be building houses on the south side of Homedale, on both sides of 10th Street. You look at Farmway right now, it's closed. Everyone's taking 10th Street. It's a mess. For me to get onto 10th Street to make a left-hand turn to come into town, I might as well just put my car in park and wait, or make a right and try to flip a U-turn somewhere. It's horrible. Now, Farmway's going to open up, but if all these houses go in, I'm going to be back again to point zero. It's going to be horrible. And everyone's going where? To Boise, to Nampa, to Meridian, where all the businesses are. And they're taking all their money with them. None of it's staying here. This is horrible. I came from the East Coast to the West Coast, moved into a small town of 24,000 people. Within the first 10 years, it doubled. Sounds something like Caldwell, doesn't it? I have friends back here who told me, every 10 years it increased by 50% over that total. So it kept growing and growing. Friends back in the West told me, right now, their sewers maxed out in this town, which started out 24,000 people. There's a lack of water. I think we're having that now, if I caught that right here in Caldwell. There's a lack of police. Unless someone's getting shot at, a house is being broken into, cops won't even come to your house. That's going to happen here, believe it or not. Medical. Where's the medical at here? Everything's, county? We need medical. We need some ambulance services here. A bond was tried, and it was thrown away. Fire department is overwhelmed. Wait till these houses go in. We have one fire department. We have a nice little fire around here.
Yep. Okay. Very good. Hey, thank you so much. We appreciate you coming in. Last person that signed up to testify is Stan Seward. If you can state your name and address, then you have your 3 minutes.
Yeah, you bet. Stan Seward, 4003 Preston Avenue in Caldwell. Like the folks in Cumberland, Newberry is very close to this development. And instead of being to the east, Newberry is to the, it would be the northwest. So we're downstream of the canal. We're also on the canal. Each of our residents, we have about 50 houses, and each of them kicks in about $400 a year to take care of landscaping for Newberry. And much of that goes to our canal path. It's a grass paved pathway. And we've opened it up thus far to the community, and it gets used by the other nearby single-family houses in the area. And, we've put poop stations out there, and it's been a real nice thing for the community. But I think for the residents of Newberry, I think we have concerns about density. We're very close to this. We have kept it open to the public, and you know, it's not a city park, but we like to share it. I don't know how compatible that would be with high-density housing, or I guess it's called medium-density housing nearby. The other concern I would have is just traffic, just more cars. We have landscaping on Ustick, and I could see that becoming overflow for nearby developments if there's not enough parking. One thing that Caldwell in the past has done pretty well is they've had committees that have tapped experts in some fields, or at least people that are very interested, and that would be, in this case, the Planning and Zoning Commission. And if they vote this down unanimously, you would think there would, you know, if we decide something different, hopefully there's a really compelling reason to do something different than they recommend. And so far, I haven't heard that tonight. I would say the developer talks the talk, but, you know, I was just looking at my phone, and probably can't see this picture very well, but this is January 4th, wintertime in a parking lot. This was the introduction to this project. It was not indoors, it was outside. If you were older, didn't deal with cold, that's where they kicked this off.
Okay. Thank you, Stan. Appreciate you being here this evening. Okay, so that wraps up those in opposition. So we will provide the applicant with a chance for a rebuttal. So if you'd come forward and please do state your name and address, and then you'll have 3 minutes for your rebuttal.
Hi, I'm Ross Holliday. I'll handle the rebuttal. I'm with the ownership group. First of all, thank you for allowing us to present, and for staff in working with us to try to create an opportunity to create some harmony here with the project. I'll get into a summary here in a second, but I did want to address a few things that were said that I think might need a little bit of clarity. There would be 3 connection points. There would be 2 out on Ustick, and then there is the interconnectivity there through Cumberland Estates. I think it was referenced earlier that there would only be 1 or 2, but in fact, if you look closely at the plan, you'll see that there's 3. The other thing, there was a question about traffic study. Of course, we commissioned a traffic study. That's been presented. That was in the packet. And I'll get to some of those potential findings here in just a second. It's important to remember that on the residential side of this, with the single family as well as some of this attached product, that our average density is 3.6 units per acre. It would be very interesting if you were to look at Cumberland Estates and actually see what their average density is per acre. It's probably very similar. In fact, our density perhaps is actually slightly lower. I can't say that it is or it isn't, but it's very, very similar. And that's because of what we've done on the buffers, the open space, and all of those kinds of things. I think in summary, what I would share with trying to with our request and our application, we have exceeded all of the parking requirements under the current zoning in the comp plan. I think that's important to know. We exceeded the open space, actually doubled it. We have minimized the sizing of the townhomes, and we've enhanced the layouts. We've amenitized the project with a sports field and a tot lot. We are well below the findings of the traffic study. We are actually a lesser impact. Ironically, if you were to look in the table inside of the traffic study, you'd find that the vehicle counts per hour is much less with the product that we're proposing than like a strip mall type of approach. It's actually considerably less. We've designed something that we believe is beautiful. We believe that the outside of it looks nice. This is not monopoly houses. This is not flat facade. This is stuff with some relief. You saw the details, the pictures, the porches. I mean, this is something that is going to be a positive thing for those that live in these homes. We've appropriately sized the commercial for current and future success to make sure that it gets built, because currently, if it stays as it is, it will not. As an owner of the property who has no debt on the property, I assure you, it cannot get built. We've made that effort for 3 years. This is not asking for a compromise, but a better way to address this.
So go ahead and wrap up your last comment, and then
And
we'll
I
move into
think,
questions.
yes, in closing, what I would say is we are providing workforce housing that makes sense, right? Makes sense for fire, police, and all the other people in the community. We believe that we've met or exceeded every single requirement. We've not asked for a variance. We're not asking for anything that's not in the comp plan. We ask that our application would be respectfully viewed and hopefully voted in favor to line up with the comp plan that is currently here and in process of coming forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Okay, I don't see any. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Okay, that is all for testimony. So I stand for a motion to close the public testimony portion of this hearing. And a second. So motion from Councillor Stoddard and a second from Councillor Doty. All those in favor say aye. That motion passes. So with that moves us into deliberation among council. The public testimony portion is closed, but staff is available if you do have any questions in that regards, and any deliberation or any motions from council. Councillor Register.
I just want to once again thank the community who's come to speak. I think it's very important that you all exercise your right to do that. I believe that when this was purchased and brought before council, I mean, everybody was on the same page, and changing it now doesn't make much sense unless you want to come back and have council maybe consider changing it to an R1 instead of a multifamily, and then keeping the commercial the way it is. Either way, I'm going to move that the request be denied.
Okay, so that is a motion, correct, for that, for denial. So with that, and please correct me if I'm wrong, our attorney, so you do need, with the, when you do deny a project, you need to state a reason for the denial, and then also what the applicant could do to come back to potentially receive approval. Is that correct?
Mayor, Council Register, that is correct, and I believe that was the intention of the statement prior to the motion, that the condition would essentially be changing that commercial to residential. Is that correct?
I think that would be a better option than a multifamily, but, yeah.
Yep, perfect.
Okay, perfect, excellent. Yeah, I just wanted to capture that. So we do have a motion for denial, as stated for Council Register, with the reasoning as stated, and also with the, what they could do was to convert that commercial, sounds like, back into maybe more single-family residential. Or leave it how it is. Okay, thank you. Do we have a second? So that's a motion from Councilor Register with a second from Councilor Stoddard in that regard. So discussion on that motion. Any discussion from any council members? Okay, I did not see any. So with that, the voting is open. And again, as you vote, a yes vote is in favor of the denial. That was the motion. So all votes are cast. So voting is closed at this time. And that motion does pass unanimously, so that does deny this application. And again, was stated for what you could do to move forward to seek approval for that. I want to thank all of you. I know it was a long night for you. I appreciate you respecting the process in that regards and keeping your testimony concise and to the point. So thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. So the motion to close this public hearing. Okay, all those in favor? That motion passes. Okay, we're going to take another recess, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes, 5 to 10. party started again. Okay, so let me get to my agenda, apologize. We did do a motion to close that last one, right, Debbie? Right, okay. Oh, yep, so item number 11 is null and void since it was denied. So that moves us all the way up to number 12. And this is a rezone application, zone 24-1, by Ideal Custom Homes to rezone 0.3 acres of land from R2 medium density to TN traditional neighborhood. With that, Katie, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Katie Wright, Associate Planner, 205 South 6th Avenue. Before you tonight is the Deal rezone. It was originally prepared by Alex Jones. He is no longer with the city, so I will be presenting it tonight. And there were two late exhibits, one which is an updated concept plan, and one is a public comment. The project location is 0.3 acre parcel located southeast of 3rd Avenue and Joliet Street. The project is currently surrounded by single-family residential in all directions, as well as some industrial to the northeast and some commercial to the far southwest. This request is for a rezone of the parcel outlined in red, with medium-density residential being rezoned to traditional neighborhood. Tonight's request consists of the applicant's proposal for a rezone from medium-density residential to traditional neighborhood. The purpose of traditional neighborhood zone is to create, preserve, and enhance areas containing a blend of residential, small-scale commercial, entertainment, educational, office, and open space uses and related establishments that are geared to serve residents within a 1-mile radius. Staff finds the traditional neighborhood is a compatible zoning district next to medium-density residential, commercial, and industrial zoning districts. The comp plan designation and development is traditional neighborhood, and the proposed rezone will bring the zone into conformance with the comprehensive plan designation. The applicant does plan to come back for a subdivision application. This is a concept plan associated with this rezone that will be included in the development agreement. A draft of that development agreement is in the packet. If this application is approved, the applicant or any other future developer of this property would have to be in general compliance with the concept plans, otherwise would be required to come back to council to modify the development agreement. The applicant's concept is for 6 townhomes. It previously was for 7 townhomes, but the applicant has decided to reduce this to 6 lots and increase the landscaping area. This is shown in the printed exhibit in front of you, reflecting the new concept plan. The proposed development project has been analyzed for compliance with city codes and policies, and staff finds the proposed development will be in compliance with all parking and landscape requirements, all bulk standards for lot size, setbacks, frontage, and height of buildings, and with all other zoning and subdivision ordinances. The proposed development will have the adequate site access, and all utilities are available or will be available as outlined in the engineering staff report. Public agencies were notified and asked to provide public comments, and the only agency that had concerns was Caldwell School District. They wanted more crosswalks and signage for safe walking routes. And we received one public comment that's printed in front of you that was submitted from staff as a late exhibit, which was from Roberta French expressing opposition to the future subdivision proposal. There are no site-specific conditions in the staff report, but the Planning and Zoning Commission recommends that the following condition be added. At time of subdivision application submittal, the applicant shall provide an updated landscape plan that shows a 6-foot solid fence on the southeast side of the site, as well as more barrier landscaping on the northeast property line and the southeast property line. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this application on the 25th of September hearing. Staff recommends that if the council approves the request, that such request is subject to the conditions as specified in the findings of facts, conclusions of law, and order of decision. And I stand for any questions.
Thank you so much. There's one, it looks like. Councilor Allgood.
Yes. Couple questions for you. What exactly are we approving tonight, Katie? What are we approving tonight?
Yes, Mayor and Council are all good. So essentially the approval for this would be just to rezone it from the medium density residential to the traditional neighborhood with an associated development agreement, which would essentially lock this parcel to the concept that they're providing to us tonight.
And you said the applicant will come back for a subdivision?
Yes,
Application?
so they would, to essentially, if this were approved tonight, to do anything on the site, they have to stay in general compliance with the concept plan that is provided in the development agreement. So if they want to do anything, they'll have to come back and provide essentially a plan that looks exactly like this, just as a plat, so that they can actually subdivide that. So they'll have to submit for that. And if they were to ever want to modify it, they'd have to do a development agreement modification, and they'd have to come back before you.
You explained that really, really well.
Thank you.
When I was reading this packet, it looked like they were not planning on having much, if any, lawn. Does this area fall under the Golden Gate irrigation where we're having the irrigation trouble?
Mayor and Councilor, I do believe that is true.
So lawns are not a good thing in this area based on that right now? Is that kind of where we're at?
Mayor and Councilor, I would not be the one to speak on that best, but that would be maybe an appropriate understanding.
Okay, I just, when I was looking at the packet and I saw how much dry landscape they had, I was wondering why they were doing it, and then I realized where this is at, and more than likely irrigation might not be available. So anyway, I was just making sure I was correct in my assumption there. All right, thank you so much.
Councilor Dittenber.
Mr. Mayor, Katie, why is this better as a traditional zone rather than a multifamily zone?
Mayor and Councilor Dittenber, so it right now is zoned as medium density residential, and that would only allow, I want to say that it's four units per acre, and since this is 0.3 of an acre, they wouldn't be able to get that density. I think that would be the main reason that they would be requesting this, as well as townhomes. There are no setbacks.
Sure.
In the traditional neighborhood, besides, I believe, the front and rear. So there are no side setbacks, and there are no lot size minimums.
And I believe most of the north end and that whole area is traditionally zoned. How did this one get to be an R2?
Mayor and Councilor Dittenber, most of that area is actually zoned, so a lot of the surrounding area is medium density residential. Down to the south there a little bit on the other side of the frontage road, all of that is zoned traditional neighborhood, but this area essentially as a whole is almost all future designation of traditional neighborhood.
Thank you.
Councilor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Allgood is older and wiser than I. I don't think I still get it. So if we approve this zone change to traditional, as long as they stick with the 6 townhomes, it won't come back before us. Is that right? It'll be approved strictly through the process. It will only come back to us if they want to do anything different?
Mayor and Councilor, so with the subdivision application, they would have to come back in front of you guys. So to get their concept plan that they're proposing, they would have to subdivide this parcel, and that would then come back before you, which would essentially, I would assume, give you a little bit more clarity on the specifics of the project.
Councilor Stodick.
Mr. Mayor, Kate, just to clear this up for me. So these would be 2-story townhomes, is that correct?
Mayor and Councilor, I do believe that there are 2-story. I believe that there might be elevations.
The elevations just have the 7, so I didn't know if it would be helpful.
So what we'll do is, so probably, we'll just wait, because we need to get you on the microphone, sorry, just so that it can be on
The only
that.
point I'm trying to make is 2-story townhomes. The rest of the homes around there are single-family dwellings, right?
So they are all single-family dwellings, but they are townhome, so they're attached. But I do believe that there were 2 stories proposed.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I see that as all questions being answered at this moment. So Katie, thank you for your patience. If you'll come forward, and if you could state your name and address for the record, and then you'll have up to 10 minutes
Okay,
for your
I
presentation.
probably won't need the full 10 minutes, but I'm Katie Deal with Ideal Custom Homes. My address is 15777 Quartz Lane in Wilder. So yeah, we are just requesting the rezone. We did submit for the preliminary plat and our landscape application at the same time, but just wanted to push this through because we're having a little difficulty with the preliminary plat. So I think you will see us again when we do that. But yeah, we are just requesting a rezone. I guess a little bit about us. We've been building homes in the valley. We've lived here for as long as I've been alive, and my dad's been building homes for 30 years here. So we think that this will be a good project to create some affordable housing in the city of Caldwell. And there is, I guess to answer that question too, there is an elevation. I don't know if it's in your packet, but we can get it to you. They are 2 stories planned right now. But yeah, I don't know if there's any other questions. I think Katie did a good job of presenting it. I don't think you really need any other information from me, so.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Any questions? Okay. Oh, hold on. Counselor Allgood.
Yeah, I think the concern that the council will have if you come back with is that if you have a 2-story house, there's enough landscaping and distance between the other houses, so they're not looking down into backyards and that kind of thing. That would be a concern we would discuss in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. We're happy to abide by any of those concerns. And then I know the irrigation might have been an issue, but we do have an irrigation plan for on-site pressurized irrigation. So I know that was one of the concerns from Roberta, but I don't foresee that being an issue.
Perfect. Any other questions? Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. Nobody signed up in neutral. Jean did sign up in opposition. Okay, so very good. Just checking. Just wanted to check and make sure. So, okay. So with that, that is all that's signed up. So I would stand for a motion to close the public testimony portion of this hearing. In a second. Very good. I think was that you, Councilor Doty, that made the motion? I heard a so moved. I just couldn't tell where it came. Maybe I just heard it in my mind. It's okay. Councilor Doty with the motion with Councilor Williams for the second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That motion passes. So with that turns it over to the council for your deliberation. Any motions or any questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Allgood.
Based on the findings of fact, conclusions of law, the Caldwell City Council hereby orders the case number ZON 24-1, a request from Ideal Custom Homes for a rezone of a parcel located at 1102 North 3rd Avenue from R2 medium density to TN traditional neighborhood be approved with the conditions specified in the staff report.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilor Allgood and a second from Councilor Dittenber for approval of the rezone request as noted. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, with that, voting is open at this time. All votes are cast, the voting is closed, and that passes unanimously to close this public hearing item. And a second? It's a motion from Councilor Stoddard with a second from Councilor Register to close this public hearing item. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes. So that now is leads us to the follow-up with the bill and ordinance for this rezone item number 13.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Allgood.
I move that bill number 22, ordinance number 3584, be approved by title only and approve the summary for publication.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilor Allgood and a second from Councilor Dittenber for passage of bill number 22, ordinance number 3584 by title only and approving the summary for publication. Any discussion? Okay, with that, voting is open at this time. All votes are cast, so voting is closed, and that passes unanimously as well. And that moves us into our item number 14, and this is bill number 74, ordinance 3635, pertaining to Friends of the Caldwell Train Depot Association.
Good evening. Yes, it's the request is an ordinance related to the Friends of the Depot and the train depot. It's not a request to condominiumize that space and turn it into high-density residential, so that should make the item easier.
Turn into an apartment building. That's a really cool place to live.
So, council, I'll present on this. If you have additional questions that are beyond my knowledge of it, Clerk Geyer is the resident expert on Friends of the Depot, and I'm sure she's more than happy to answer your additional questions. But in sum, the Friends of the Caldwell Depot Association was created by an ordinance back in 2009. It was sort of a city board, city commission essentially. It wasn't a separate entity. It didn't maintain its own finances. It didn't have a 501c3 or a corporate status with the Secretary of State. It simply was a board or commission of the city. And the goal of that was to improve the train depot and its usefulness and things like that. And it's been staffed and run since then by volunteers. Here recently in 2024, there was discussion amongst the members of that commission about potentially sort of essentially dissolving the commission and having it revert back to more general city management. Some of the reasons for that were there were a reduction in school field trips because of school district budget cuts. There was additional restorative work that was needed that was beyond the scope of the budget for that association. Growing requests for public use that are more easily administered by city staff. Difficulty in maintaining a sufficient number of volunteers, et cetera. And so the request tonight is that the ordinance in the city code that created that association be repealed. It would cause that that commission to go away. The money that was held for the association was just simply held in the city budget. Again, it was not its own separate entity, so those would continue to be city funds. The request, at least in the ordinance, is that those funds continue to be earmarked for use and improvement of the depot. And then over time, the association, again, just the city, but the depot and the commission there have collected a number of items of personal property, various antiques and collectibles and things like that. And so a component of this ordinance is also that the city clerk be directed to appropriately review what those items are and determine whether or not they can be surplused. And then it's got the regular language about repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith and setting an effective date and publication, et cetera. So I'm happy to answer any questions. Like I said, if they're beyond the scope of what I know, I'm sure Clerk Geyer can answer them. Alternatively, you can ask neither of us neither of us any questions and just move right to a vote.
Did anyone sign up against it?
There is no sign-up sheet for
I'm
it,
happy.
so no.
I'm happy
nobody
to
signed up
apply
against
my
it.
name to any sheet you would like me to apply it to.
Mr. Mayor, I
Yes,
move
Council-
to approve Bill number 74, ordinance number 3635 by title only, and approve the summary for publication.
We have a motion from Councilor Doty and a second from Councilor Stoddard for passage of Bill number 74, ordinance 3635 as stated. Any discussion on that
I
motion?
have something to say real quick.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm gonna guess that this has a lot to do with Debbie retiring because she was pretty much in charge of this whole thing. So I just want to thank you for having this and doing everything that you've done. I remember when I was working at the police department, you were always trying to get people to come over there and help. And I think you've done a really great job, and I'm sorry to see this go, but I don't think it can function without you.
I don't know if any of us will be able to function without Debbie. We're gonna have to find out next year, unfortunately, but, okay, so any other comments, discussion? Okay, so with that, the motion is to approve, it's before you at this time. All votes are cast, so voting is closed, and that motion passes unanimously. That moves us into number 15, a resolution authorizing the city of Caldwell to cost share for a sewer trunk line in the amount of $800,000. Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. This is an item pertaining to the Charles development. They are getting ready to begin some of their development on their initial phase, which is the northernmost part. I don't know if most of you remember the Charles. That's the development that's along Lake Avenue, and it's 3 40-acre parcels. The southern 40 is on the south side of the highway. And then we had talked to them about a fire station, I believe, and maybe a police station, I can't remember. So we're talking about that development. They approached the city, well, let me back up. When we went through budgeting, we knew that they had they were gonna have difficulty getting the sewer line all the way out to their site. And so we had budgeted in the budget, $400,000 to participate and help offset some of the cost. They went out and received bids, and their bid to pull sewer 3/4 of a mile is just over 1.6 million. So they came back and asked the city if the city would be willing to cover the cost for that initially and seek reimbursement through a latecomer agreement. And we were uncomfortable covering the full cost, but I did meet with finance, and so we said, look, we have 400,000 already. We are comfortable participating another 400,000, so basically maybe covering half of the cost up front. And then they would be responsible to cover the rest of the cost. Everything adjacent to their development, all the main line, sewer main line, they are on the hook to pay for out of their own pocket. We're just helping on the portion that is not adjacent to their site. It's getting it to the site. We would establish a latecomer agreement where the developer and the city would be reimbursed over time as other development comes in and connects to that sewer line. And so the city theoretically could be made whole if all the development in that area happens within the next 21 years. I think those are the main facts. And like I said, I talked to finance, and we think that we can support that. But we wanted to bring it before council. Of course, council needs to authorize that expense. So it would be a total of $800,000 the city would participate up front, half of which is already budgeted for. So I stand for any questions.
Perfect. Councilor Denver.
Yes, I have a couple questions. So this trunk line or the sewer line is gravity fed to a lift station somewhere. And so where's the lift station for this line that you were talking about?
Great question, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Dittenberg. This is not, this is a trunk line that does not go to a lift station. This actually feeds gravity all the way down to the treatment plant.
Okay.
From this location. And I should have mentioned, this line goes out to the Charles, but the intent of this line is to serve everything south of the Charles as well. So it's quite a large line that has a much larger benefit than just a development. It benefits that entire area, and so I probably should have mentioned that.
Councilor Stoddard.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. Rob, isn't there sewer lines on South Florida and South Indiana that you could have hooked into or not?
There are sewer lines, yeah, on some of those roads. This line is, the entire city is broken up into sections, and all the sections have to gravity flow to certain locations. Florida, Indiana, those roads are going to be a little bit higher, and so you're not going to be able to gravity flow to the west. It has to gravity flow to the north, basically, and so everything's set up through the master plan, and so it's all very well defined which developments need to go into which trunk lines. And so the trunk line for the Charles and the site that was actually here tonight, just north of the Charles, and then everything south of the Charles needs to go into this trunk line.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Doty.
Yeah, thank you. How did we end up in this predicament? Meaning, didn't the developer, when they bought the land, know that the sewer line didn't run there, and then what, the price was more than what they anticipated? Or, I guess, why are they coming back to the city wanting more money?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Doty, that's a good question. When this went through entitlements, they were fully aware of what the requirements were. They knew that they had to pull the sewer line all the way out there, and at that point, they never addressed any major concern that I can recall. And then just recently, they approached us and were asking. So I don't know if it has something to do with their finances or if it has something to do with the market. I don't know the reason that they're coming back and making the request. And the only reason why we even entertain it is because it is a master plan trunk line that has a much broader benefit to the city. But I certainly understand where you're coming from. I mean, why did they come back now, and is this something? I don't know that if we said no, I don't know that that would kill the project. I'm not exactly sure. They weren't transparent with me on how that would affect the project. So I'm just here simply presenting a request that they had made to Public Works that we feel like we could accommodate if it was council's desire. And we would set up a latecomer agreement so that we would try to recuperate as much of that back as we can over time.
It's the try part that causes me concern. Thank you.
Understood.
Councilor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think what I'm hearing, though, is this is essential, and since we passed a bond that's going to build a fire station out there, that fire station would be dependent upon this trunk line as well. Is that correct?
It will be served by this trunk line, yes.
So we kind of need this to be done.
That's why it's not easy.
Councilor Register.
Yes, so I know that after the contractor with the pool came back and asked for more money, that I asked for a workshop, which we're gonna have, on how these contractors come in and they make a bid and then they come back later and say, oh no, we can't do that, or we need more money or help from the city or whatever. And making sure that whatever they're coming up with when they make these presentations, that they can actually follow through with them. So I guess I'm curious, is this something that needs to be approved tonight, or can they come and explain and answer the questions that, like Councilor Doty has, and at least give us a better idea of what happened?
Yep. Mr. Mayor, Councilor Register, just to answer a couple of your questions, we were very clear with them that whatever we participate, we're not gonna go above that. So if the project comes in at a higher cost, they're the ones that are covering the cost for that. There is some sense of urgency simply because they want to get started and they need to get started as soon as possible so that they can get the bores done under the irrigation facilities while irrigation season is out. Now, whether waiting 2 weeks is a big deal, I don't know. This was supposed to go to council a month ago, and we've already deferred it a couple council meetings. I don't know that that's an issue or not. They weren't clear with me on whether that would be a problem, but I know that they do want to get started as soon as they can.
Okay.
Councilor Denver.
So I would take it the extra $400,000 that you found through finance was from the sewer enterprise fund?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Dittenber. We looked through all of the projects that we have on the books. We had a lot of sewer projects planned. All of the projects need to be done. But realistically, as I started going through those projects with finance, there may be projects that we aren't able to get to simply because we don't have the manpower to manage the projects. And so we were comfortable that pulling $400,000 out of our active project budget would be fine, and it would be a very unlikely situation that we would get all of those projects done to where we would need that $400,000.
Okay. So based upon the connection fees we just approved last month, it would take about 150 connections for the latecomers fee to pay us back. There's more than 150 units being developed in that area?
Good question, Mayor, Councilor Dittenber. The latecomer agreement is set up as a geographical area. So what we do is we look at all the area adjacent to the sewer line that's being built, and we look at the new developments that would come in and everything that would tie into that sewer line, and those are the developments that contribute. And so once we have that area, we break it out by unit, so then each house has a specific price that they pay. The Charles would also be a part of that agreement, so as soon as they start building, they will actually, for each unit they build in their development, they will be paying back into that development agreement, which offsets some of the costs they put in, but it also comes back, some of that comes back to the city. So their development would be in it, and then everything to the north up to Homedale Road would be included in that reimbursement agreement, latecomer agreement.
Okay, any other questions for Rob? With that, any discussion or any motions from council? Councilor Denver.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve resolution authorizing the cost share with Charles Development in the existing sewer trunk line in the Homedale Road and Lake Avenue in the amount not to exceed $800,000.
Yeah. Do we have a second? So motion from Councillor Denber and a second from Councillor Williams for approval of this resolution as stated. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, with that, voting is open. All votes are cast, so voting is closed, and that motion does pass unanimously. That moves us into number 16, resolution authorizing the Caldwell PD and Caldwell FD to utilize the opioid funding to purchase decontamination equipment. DC, good to see you.
Mr. Mayor, Counselor, I gotta try and get higher on the agenda list. I'm all the way at the bottom.
I
I'm
thought you
still
might
here.
just ask for all the money since the fire department already left. So.
Yeah, so this is a combined project proposal from the police department and the fire department. The fire department, they couldn't last the night, but I said it would be all right if they went home. So I'm gonna be doing this on my own. So basically this is a picture of one of the decontamination units. It's made by Big Sky Decon. They're out of Missoula, Montana. What are they? They're basically high-intensity UV lights that are inserted into these bags here, and they help eliminate harmful microorganisms, contaminants, and things that can cause illnesses and diseases. So if you take a look at some of the pictures, you can kind of see things you can hang in there: handcuffs, your duty belt, shoes, clothing, anything you can really think of. They also have area decon units, which obviously not everything can fit into these tiny little boxes. So they have these UV lights that you can run on surfaces such as your patrol vehicle, areas in the police station, in the booking area. Why are we requesting this? Obviously, there's been an increase in drug use, but especially in fentanyl. There's been an increase in drug overdoses here in Caldwell to include deaths. And if you remember last year in April of 2023, we did have a CPD officer who was exposed to what we believed was fentanyl. So the why is really we want to add a layer of protection to keep our first responders safe. So the how are we going to pay for this? The cost that we are proposing and requesting is $29,830. The funding source we are requesting it come out of would be the opioid settlement fund. I talked to the finance director, Ray Lynn, and she stated that we had $150,000 in this fund, that these decontamination units met the criteria to be used for such funding source. And we're getting, I think, another $50,000 next year. So she said the fund was sufficient and we'd be able to work with it if it was approved. So that was quick, down and dirty, but I'll stand for questions if you guys have any.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Councilor Williams.
Thank you. It's too late for questions, but the pictures you showed us, were each of those one unit?
Yeah, so I'll go back. If I can.
No, you can't. You can't. There's no going back.
So yeah, so there's two different units. So the first one is just a basic incident command unit. And it kind of handles any kind of harmful microorganisms and contaminants. The red one there is specifically for narcotics, fentanyl. So I want to get this correct, but they basically say that they can prevent or eliminate up to 95% of fentanyl exposure on microfibers. And on surfaces, nearly the same. So there's two different boxes.
So that's what we get for the $30,000. We get those two boxes.
So we get two of each. So we get two of each, and then we get two of the lights. So the lights are the same way. There's two lights which are kind of like the gray box, right? They're kind of the catch-all, and then there's another area, decon light, which is specifically for narcotics. So in total, there's 8. We're getting 8 different systems that we're going to be able to share with us in fire department.
Very good. Any other questions? Any motions?
I'll make a motion.
Go.
Either way, I move to say yes and do this.
Very good. We have a motion for approval. Is there a second? So Councilor Register with a motion to approve the request. Councilor Allgood with the second. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, with that, voting is open at this time. All votes are cast, voting is closed, and that passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, appreciate it. Okay, we are on to 17, and this is a housekeeping item for Bill number 83, Ordinance 3644, and Bill 84, Ordinance 3645. This is for annexation of El Monterey subdivision and Adams Ridge subdivision, Phase 7, into the Caldwell Municipal Irrigation District. Do we have a motion for approval of those two bills and ordinances?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Allgood.
I'll sponsor bill number 83, ordinance number 3644, and bill number 84, ordinance number 3645, and move for the passage of both by title only.
Perfect. And a second? Second. That's a motion from Councilor Allgood and a second from Councilor Williams for passage of Bill 83, Ordinance 3644, and 84, Bill number 84, Ordinance 3645. Any discussion? With that, voting is open. And all votes are cast, the voting is closed, and that passes unanimously. And that will move us into the finance report.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor
I
Register.
move that accounts payable in the amount of $3,178,996.57, represented by check numbers 182437 through 182722, and a payroll in the amount of $726,552.75, represented by checks number 39724 through 39737, and direct deposits be accepted, payments approved, and vouchers filed in the office of the city clerk.
Excellent, thank you so much. We have a second. Motion from Councilor Register and a second from Councilor Allgood for acceptance of the finance report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And that motion passes. That moves us into council comments. Councilor Doty. Councilor Stoddick? I have none. Councilor Register? Very good. Councilor Williams?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just a couple of quick things. First of all, special appreciation, even though no one's going to hear this, to the HR staff for hanging in there, and just appreciate everything they've done and are doing, and now they're cooperating with our new Director of HR. Also want to shout out to the street department, going into the winter season, and all that they'll be doing, but they just finished, I know, a lot of street sweeping. Most of the leaves are out of the road, a lot of hard work and dedicated employees doing a tough job and high demands, and just shout out to these employees. I want to mention that the Airport Advisory Board is firing on all cylinders. They have never been better. The crew that we have on there right now is a brain trust that should be running everything in this city. They are so smart, and we've got some of the brightest people. Right now, they're working on an airport strategic plan, which is something we've never talked about and done, and we've just got brilliant people working on that, and you should be really happy about what's going on out there. Finally, I just want to say this, and I'll be done, but I'm a little surprised when we have public testimony, and not everybody, a lot of people want to come up and say that we don't have the fire or the police support to do something, when neither of our chiefs or our deputy chiefs have said that. And so sometimes I think that we need to be sure we're hearing from the people that are in charge. I have a feeling our fire chief would be telling us if we didn't have the facilities to do something, and the same would go for our chief of police.
Thank you so much. Councilor Allgood? Councilor Denver? Okay, and I will be very brief as well. Since this is on here, I better talk about it. So, status of the Youth Master Plan Committee. So just give everybody kind of a heads up, kind of where that is. Kind of similar to the Caldwell Train Depot Association, really looking at these committees, organizations that we have. Are they still being a benefit? Have they run their useful life to the end? And that's kind of what we've kind of decided on this Youth Master Plan Committee, that it's a great program and organization, but there are so many other committees. So it seems like it's the same group of people going to 4 or 5 different committees and organizations doing pretty much the exact same thing. And so we, again, don't want to lose the focus on that, but felt that it was others, committees that were out there doing the same thing. So had run its due course, and so looking at ending that. What's part of the Youth Master Plan Committee, one of their big things is two of the big things is the Caldwell Youth Forum and then the Family Fun Day. So we've talked with the YMCA. They actually are the ones that pretty much ran the youth forum in that regard. So they are going to take that on, so we don't lose that with this committee going away. The youth forum brings in high school students from across the city, from Valley View, even Ridgeview, Caldwell High as well. And they basically bring they're selected, and then they come in and do a full day of just training, teaching them how to be good leaders, how to help their fellow students and peers and things like that. So we're not losing that. The YMCA is more than happy to take that over, excited for that. And then the Family Fun Day will continue as well, kind of on its own in that regards, and that happens in June of every year, usually on Free Fishing Day. On that, so the city will continue to do that, and that's a great resource as well. I know, if I'm not mistaken, I think CHA helps out a lot and provides hot dogs every year for that. So those two great events will continue, but again, felt that it was a committee that people were functioning with it on other committees as well. So in interest of saving people time and one less meeting to have to go to, that'll be going by the wayside, but the two great things that come of it will continue as well. And that is all for this evening. As mentioned, it is very late. So with that, we stand adjourned at this time.